Director of Elections to read the proclamation.
To the people of Kansas, greetings. Whereas Kansans need tax relief, and whereas a bipartisan tax cut proposal was introduced in January 2024 that would have provided more than $1 billion in savings to Kansas taxpayers over 3 years. And whereas those proposed tax cuts would have significantly reduced state property taxes for Kansas homeowners, completely eliminated state taxes on Social Security, increased the standard deduction, immediately eliminated state sales tax on groceries, diapers, and feminine hygiene products, provided substantial relief for childcare, and created a back-to-school state sales tax holiday. And the legislature decided not to support that proposal. And whereas the legislature was unable to pass sustainable, comprehensive tax relief during the 2024 session, and whereas it is of utmost urgency that the legislature act to provide all Kansans with responsible, common sense tax relief. Now, therefore, I, Laura Kelly, Governor of the state of Kansas, by the authority vested in me by the Constitution of the state of Kansas, do hereby call the legislature of the state of Kansas into special session at the Capitol in Topeka, Kansas on the 18th day of June, 2024 at the hour of 9:00 a.m. to pass sustainable, comprehensive tax relief. Done at the Capitol in Topeka under the Great Seal of the state this 14th day of June, AD 2024, signed by the Governor, Laura Kelly.
The 2024 special session of the Kansas Senate is called to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Lazy, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Fauskido, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Close, Longbein, Masterson, McGinn, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schellenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join with me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we're here again, approaching your throne of mercy and grace. The grace and mercy of yesterday is greatly appreciated, but Lord, we need more of it today. Lord, where did the idea come from that we can't talk about you in public? In our Declaration of Independence, we affirm that certain inalienable rights are given to us by you, our Creator. In our Pledge of Allegiance, we declare that we're one nation under God. On the walls of many of our courtrooms, it says, "In God we trust." So why do we shy away from talking about you in public when you're the one who has established and even secured our freedom? Every coin in our pocket or bill in our wallet says, "In God we trust." It's in the founding documents of this great nation. Every legislative session must open in prayer, giving credence to our God. Lord, give us the boldness you gave Apostle Paul. You used him to give us most of the New Testament. And in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 12, he says, I'm not ashamed. I know the one I have faith in. Help us to reject the secret service idea of godly living, but to be courageous and bold in living by your divine principles, by loving our neighbors, by doing unto others as we would have them do unto us, by caring for those who cannot do for themselves. Help us develop values and principles to govern our lives so that we experience the words of Psalm 33, verse 12. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. For you're wanting us to take our faith off the shelf and to bring it alive. Let the words be legitimate and not just a saying, that we're one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14, you said, if my people, your people, who are called by your name, will humble themselves and pray and seek your face and turn from wicked ways, then you will hear from your position in heaven and will forgive our sin and heal our land. Lord, I pray you will let your righteousness powerfully flow to us, excellently rest in us, and superbly shine through us. In the precious name of Jesus, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please see the June 18 Journal for a message from the governor on special session. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1701 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Sykes. A resolution relating to the organization of the Senate. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that the Secretary of the Senate notify the House of Representatives that the Senate is organized with the following officers: Ty Masterson, President; Rick Wilborn, Vice President; Larry Alley, Majority Leader; Dinah Sykes, Minority Leader; Corey Carnahan, Secretary; Don Cackler, Sergeant at Arms, and awaits the pleasure of the House of Representatives.
This constitutes introduction of SR 1701. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move a emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and SR 1701 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Introduction to bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1601 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Sykes. A concurrent resolution informing the governor that the two houses of the legislature are duly organized and ready to receive their communications. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that the Secretary of the Senate and the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives be appointed to wait upon the governor and inform the governor that the two houses of the legislature are duly organized and ready to receive any communications that the governor may have to present.
This constitutes introduction of SCR 1601. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and SCR 1601 be adopted by voice vote.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill Number 1 by Senators Masterson, Alley, Erickson, Cluse, and Wilborn, an act concerning taxation.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 1. This time I'm referring Senate Bill 1 to the Committee of the Whole. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Bill 1 be advanced to final action subject to amendment, debate, and roll call.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Carry Senate Bill 1. Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're in the Committee of the Whole. We're in final action.
Yeah, we are outside of GO, but we are in the Committee of the Whole. There's not a script, so I just explain and stand for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So this tax bill is very similar to CCR 37. In fact, some of us have asked this morning, why are we here? Well, we're here for the Kansas taxpayers. We are here to get tax cuts for Kansans. Is it the best possible package? No. But we all know that we did not have the votes for an override. We absolutely had the votes for a bill, but not for an override. I'll talk more about that later. But in this bill, there's several pieces of legislation. The income tax cuts, they go from, the top bracket goes, instead of in 37, we lowered the top bracket, or increased the top bracket by 1/100 of a point. So it went from 5.57 to 5.58. The lower bracket stayed the same, 5.2, and the bottom bracket, the 3.1, is done away with completely. We increased the personal exemption on individuals to over $9,000. We increased the married filing jointly to over $18,000. We increased the standard deduction by 3% for everyone. We created a personal exemption for dependents. And all the personal exemptions right now in statute are at $2,250. This will take that to $2,320. So the income tax is a good cut. It's a cut for all Kansans. Another item that we did on income tax that I have been hearing about, and I know many of you have from our constituents, and I have fought for it for years, and I am proud to say that we are going to get it into law, and that is exempting Social Security from state income tax. And many of you in this chamber have joined that fight and helped your constituents so that they will realize the benefit of no state income tax on Social Security. Also in the bill, it removes the language for LAVTR and those programs that were transfer state funds to local government. It was said that it was to help property taxes, to relieve some burden on property taxes. But we know when the program was actually being funded, that wasn't always the case for relief of property taxes. And we also know that it hasn't been funded for almost or over 20 years by the state legislature. So it just makes sense to delete the language and move on and try to address our property taxes in meaningful, thoughtful ways. The bill also will take the current exemption on the 20 mil for homeowners, the K through 12 20 mil. That exemption is at approximately $44,700 right now. It will increase that to a $75,000 exemption for each household. We dealt with this a couple of years. It had not been changed since inception in the 1990s. It was $20K all along. A representative came to me with the idea of increasing it. We put the bill in for $100,000. The legislature landed on a $40,000 increase with inflation. But instead of the inflation increase, the body this year jumped and increased that by $100,000. So with negotiations with the governor and our leadership, and I understand why our leadership had to do it, we needed a bill. And the governor gave up exempting $100,000 and took us to $75,000 in that K through 12 portion of the bill. Mr. President, I don't have my notes, so this is all off the cuff. There are other provisions in the bill. We did lose the food sales tax that we had passed in 37 and other legislation. We were trying to take the groceries to state sales tax to zero earlier for Kansans so that they would feel the relief even quicker. We lost the first one in April because of a veto. We lost the second one and the third one and fourth because of a veto. And we didn't have the votes for a veto override. We had enough votes for the bill, but when it came to the override, we lost at least 2 individuals flipped on it, and that's their right, that's their choice. But Mr. President, this is so, let's just concentrate on our constituents and getting good policy. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Lynn, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any questions, Mr. President. I do have an amendment, but I do not know where that whole amendment drafting process is at. My understanding, the last I talked to the Riser's office is, I guess it might have, I don't even know if our underlying bill is in the system. I know when the underlying bill is in the system, then they begin the drafting process and they know what they're going to do. But I do not yet have my amendment, and I do need the body's indulgence to let me bring that to the floor.
Then we'll continue with other questions as you wait.
Thank you.
Are there further questions for the Senator from Lynn? Senator from Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's more a point of order. Are we on the rule where you can only speak twice to the bill?
We are. Outside of GO, you can only speak twice. However, I would accept that that is a notice of an amendment, right? He wasn't asking questions on the bill. However, if he's carrying an amendment, you're not limited in response. Further questions on the underlying bill? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. We talk about bringing good, solid tax cuts to the people of the state of Kansas. And in my mind, that's done on a level playing field. And there's clearly winners and losers in this. And the one I want to focus on is the daycare aspect of it. Would the carrier of the bill refresh my memory on the names of the sponsors of this bill, please?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know who sponsored this bill.
It was sponsored by the leadership since we didn't have a committee process. It was sponsored by myself, Majority Leader, Vice President, Assistant Majority Leader, and the whip.
Thank you. Let's try to dig up some insight as to why daycare is prioritized for a tax cut in the state of Kansas. Does the carrier of the bill have any insight into that?
Senator from Lynn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Would he repeat the question?
Senator from Reno.
I'd like to try to shed some light in the public's eye as to why we are putting emphasis and create an unlevel playing field in regards to daycare tax exemptions.
So thank you, Mr. President. And that's what's frustrating about this. I am trying to do it without my notes, and for some reason I don't have a connection. There is a child care tax credit in this legislation. I cannot speak to why that was added. I know there's, I do not know why it was added. I was not involved in the negotiations.
Thank you.
Senator from Reno.
Do the originators of the bill,
I think under a point of information, I could probably answer that. That was a request of the governor's office to include in the bill. And so it was in the language brought forward for you to make a decision on.
and ultimately okayed by the originators of the bill. I think that's important as we move forward in this election cycle. You know, it is not the platform of the Republican Party to emphasize daycare and the separation of children from their parents. This could have just as easily been a child tax credit. And yet the decision was made to drive a further wedge into our Kansas traditional families. And that decision was made by the people who put their name on this bill. And you have to take credit for that. You have to take blame for that. There has to be a point where this stops. We know why it's being done. It's the opportunity to get these kids away from parents and indoctrinate them. It's an opportunity to put mothers to work. We know all that, and we know the result it has on our society. And yet here we are, our leadership continues to drive a stake through the heart of the Kansas traditional family. How else can this be assessed? And then you can get into the reasons why, and it's pure speculation. But I think we all know why. It's politically expedient to do that because politicians could go two directions with their decision making. They can do what's keeps them in power, or they can do what's right. And prioritizing daycare and the disruption of the traditional family over promoting the child and a child tax credit, our society can't continue to tolerate this. This is absolute failed leadership. It's giving in to the left. A supermajority giving in to the left, to the left and to big business, to continue to let the traditional family be destroyed. Guys, we can work on an amendment to change that to a child tax credit, or we can talk about this all summer long. So I'll work on getting an amendment ready to give us the opportunity to change this from an unlevel playing field for daycares to a child tax credit. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would just be a comment concerning our families in Kansas. I don't think Kansas is different from any other state in that because of the cost of living, families are facing those decisions that both parents have to work. And in most of our communities in Kansas, we're talking about numbers of 70% of two-parent families are both working. And when you look at, they're facing that 30% of their income is going for child care, for quality child care, particularly if they have infants. We're in a body right now today where we have an infant on our floor. That would not be true for most employers and employees. They would not be able to bring their child to work with them. So our parents, in order to provide a quality of life for their families, in order to have a home, provide food, clothing, and education, are making these decisions, and they're in the workforce. That doesn't mean they're bad parents. That means they are concerned and they love their children and their families. So I applaud the inclusion of this piece within the tax bill that we're looking at today. We've had this particular item before this body repeatedly this year. We've talked about childcare and about elevating how we look at what kind of care is being provided across the state and making it easier for our families to deal with finding those resources. And also that in order to have quality childcare, we have to have a workforce that's being provided for as well. So this piece within this tax bill addresses that. And to, in any way, demonize parents for making the choice to work is unconscionable.
Further questions or comments for the Senator from Lynn on Senate Bill 1? Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to comment to that because we did have child care tax credit in 2096. In fact, we had it at 100% instead of 50%. So to even make those comments is just, I can't even comprehend how frustrating this is because we had that provision at 100%. So the negotiation was 50% in this bill. It's never been in the mega tax bill, never. So this was a first.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Please ask your question.
So I'm looking at section 10 in the bill, which addresses 1031 exchanges, and it specifically excludes the sale price or value at which a property sells or transfers ownership in a federal Internal Revenue Code section 1031 exchange as an indicator of the fair market value. I have been involved in a 1031 exchange. In that situation, a property we owned had to be held in abeyance until we used the funds from that sale to purchase another property. So can the carrier of the amendment explain to me why this is now being considered part of the tax package and why it would be appropriate to prohibit such consideration?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the 1031 exchange is in, this isn't an amendment. She asked if the carrier of the amendment would stand. I hate to be such a stickler, but we're down to that level of detail right now. And so I am standing for questions for the bill. Another provision that is in it is the privilege tax also. That's been in every, it's been different numbers in every version, but it is the same as that was in 37. So the 1031 exchange is to clarify, and we had worked with Revenue, PVD, actually it was the Department of Revenue that was in the room. I think PVD was there too. A couple of constituents were in the room. And they asked that one of the things that could help with property tax process is to make sure that 1031 exchange forms were not used to value property. And so that's all this is.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First of all, I do apologize. I understand we're on the bill. We had some discussion of an amendment. I understand we're awaiting for that. So I appreciate the good Senator from Lynn pointing that out. So my concern would be that clearly there's been a lot of notice and discussion about the various tax proposals in the bill, but there really hasn't been an opportunity for many people to weigh in on this part or have a hearing. I know that our Douglas County appraiser had some concerns about this language. So if we have time for amendments, I may certainly ask that because this doesn't directly relate to the tax concerns in the bill, we consider removing it. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. I would like to comment to that, Mr. Vice President. So this language, every piece of this legislation, this language has been debated on this floor and passed in some manner. And the 1031 exchange was debated and passed in SB 311. This body passed it. It was in Conference Committee Report 2096 that got vetoed by the governor. However, so we've debated it. We've voted on it. We've passed it. To imply that this is not transparent is very frustrating. Yes, it is actually quick and I would bet a process that a majority of the body would not choose. But the governor vetoed the tax bill during legislation, and so here we stand.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, number 2.
Are we not on the same question?
One. Yes, please. Go ahead, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I did not say that we haven't debated this topic before, simply that I was surprised to see it in the tax bill, and I think that there wasn't an opportunity for individuals to address it as part of this bill. Yes, it did pass. It was vetoed, and there were not enough votes for a veto override. So I'm not saying it hasn't been discussed. It was discussed with some other language regarding that sales price. But again, this bill is important and I don't think should be used as an opportunity to insert something that I don't feel particularly relates to our taxes as part of that. I appreciate the indulgence of the body.
Chair recognizes now the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I got to tell you, I appreciate the senator from Douglas. She is one of the most meticulous, detailed legislators in this body, and I very much appreciate her and her words.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am chomping at the bit. I'm ready to vote for this thing. I'm excited. I was one of the holdouts. You know, this whole process was about negotiation between parties, between chambers, between bodies of government, administration, and the legislature. And, you know, that's a tough process sometimes. We know that. This is a major bill we're doing here. And so coming to this point, we're all a little frustrated. We didn't all get exactly what we wanted. If there's somebody in this room who got exactly what they wanted, they could raise their hand right now and I'd be surprised. But you know what? We are delivering tax cuts to all Kansans. Would I have liked to have 3 tiers and a little bit more on property tax? Absolutely. That's a major focus of mine. But today, it didn't happen this year. I'm ready to go. I think this is a good bill. It reduces the income tax, it increases the personal exemptions like the good senator mentioned, full Social Security income tax exemption for our elderly. This is packed full of good, meaningful tax cuts, and we have projections that show that for 5 years, we're in the black, meaning we're not going down into the hole financially, and that's a great thing. Are there some concerns in the out years after that? Yes. Will we have to revisit that and keep looking at that as our revenues come in? Absolutely. But I'm here today to vote for this thing, and I I can't wait to get this thing moving, Mr. Vice President.
Before I turn to the President of the Senate, Senator Tyson, do you care to respond? Seeing not, the chair recognizes President of the Senate, Ty Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My intention was just to run debate today, but I thought it was probably prudent to come down and face my accuser or my condemner, however you want to couch those remarks. I think that's why some may not be returning, because the process is difficult, right? Compromise is difficult. Because you know what? This bill's nowhere where I'd like it to be either. I thought the number one thing we needed to do was change the structure to a single rate. I still believe that. This isn't it. But it steps forward, so we need to focus on the big ticket items, right? We are reducing income tax. We are eliminating income tax on Social Security. We're reducing property tax. These are all wins for the Kansas people. To come in and focus on something that borders on the ridiculous, to say that taking something that's currently in statute, 25% tax credit, child care tax credit that matches the feds, moving that to 50. It's worth a few $1 million. Requested by the governor. Did I want it in there? Myself personally, no. But it's part of compromise. And to say that is akin to destroying Kansas families, putting a death nail in the nuclear family. That's akin to saying Trump somehow is going to destroy democracy. If we elect a different president, that is so over the top. I find it incredibly offensive. Because one thing I have fought for my entire career is the nuclear family. This does nothing to destroy the nuclear family. I think those are angry words from a disgruntled person that's not coming back. So I forgive that. I love him anyway. But let's focus on what this is really about. It's why we are here, to bring tax relief to our Kansas people. Priority number one, by far. Is this everything we wanted to do? No, but thank you to 14 members who consistently upheld the vetoes. This is where we are. Quite frankly, I take it as a win there. This is almost identical to Senate Bill 37. If we just had a signature on that, or one person changed their mind on the override on that type of a thing, right? Because 37 wasn't much different than the one before that. We'd already be done. We wouldn't be standing here. This does take steps to simplify our code, brings the 3 brackets to 2, gives tax relief at the lower end, no tax on Social Security, and does bring property tax. The exemption is almost doubling from $42,000 to $75,000. These are wins. I apologize you got brought back, but thank you for being here. I really would appreciate that we keep the bill. I know there's lots of amendments coming, and I don't fault any member for bringing them, because you might have a constituent that had a request that thinks this is kind of a last-minute second bite at the apple. But candidly, the truth is, we'll end up in conference with the House. We'll be right back where we started, casting the same vote on the same bill at a different time. And all that will serve to do was hold us over a day. So I would just ask that we cast our vote. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Probably maybe second to the last vote I'll make, hopefully. Of course, it's not the bill that I argued for last session. I think the compromise was in good faith by both sides, and I'm going to support the bill today. I think first and foremost, it looks like it can be sustained out into the future without any tax increases or any problems. Hopefully, there'll be more tax cuts by the next legislator group. You know, we can sit here and pick it apart, but, you know, our young families need help with childcare. I think that's a good increase. I don't see that tearing the family apart. I see that actually helping families be able to make ends meet a little better in these high inflation times and these struggling times. There's a lot of pieces I don't like, but I think the Social Security piece was great. I was a 3-rate guy, 3-class, 3 different rates. But the body decides to go another direction. I'm all right with that too. I would have liked to seen the 100,000 on the property tax, but I think we're going in the right direction. And this gives the future legislators an opportunity to get us to where we need to go. Hopefully someday we are a 0 tax rate state. Let's do it where we don't have to back up though. Let's take a step at a time. And I see that's what this bill is. I mean, we could have passed something that could have eliminated taxes this year. But then we'd be coming back raising taxes the next year. And, so we need to walk before we run, and I see that's what this bill is. And I see it as a compromise amongst Democrats and Republicans. And so I know there's members that want to amend the bill today. I don't plan on supporting them amendments. I plan on voting for this bill. I plan on passing this for the taxpayers so they have, $1.2 billion in tax relief. And so in my mind, I'd hope the members that are going to bring them amendments to just pull them back. Let's pass this. This is good for Kansans. And, let's move on with our day. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, the Chair recognizes Senator Sidgwick, Senator Pasquito.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If the gentlelady from Lynn would stand for a quick question.
She will.
Thank you. Just for my constituents back home who might be curious and they don't always get to see this legislative process, if she could share with me the reason that we removed eliminating the sales tax measure in the bill, and if she would just let our constituents know exactly when that measure will be implemented within law.
Senator, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I thank her for the question. So I wasn't in on the negotiations for this product. My guess is that and I would call it an educated guess, Revenue has told us that sales tax cuts should be on quarterly sales tax cuts. I'm sure they can make special provisions and get it finished if it's not quarterly, but they had asked us to keep it on quarterly changes. So we had started with the first bill this session, last session. The food sales tax, grocery sales tax, non-prepared food, state would have gone to 0 April 1st because that would have been a quarter. That bill got vetoed. We did not have the votes for an override, so we came back with later legislation. Every bill, CCR, that passed this body had it beginning July 1st of this year. That would have been 6 months that Kansans would have enjoyed that benefit. And I say enjoyed, but it's actually a much needed benefit for them. But because of those vetoes and the lack of the override, the best we could do was October. And I think most people said, that's only 3 months difference, why bother? But like I said, I was not in those negotiations. To me, I would have bothered. Kansans are hurting. We are hearing from our constituents, and they are begging for relief.
For the question, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Pack.
Thank you, Mr. President. June 18th, we are in special session. Totally unnecessary. We shouldn't be here. Elections have consequences. I don't think anything that's going to be said here today is going to change anyone's mind. However, I had an experience where I was in an event with the candidate from our party for governor a couple years ago. I greeted him, said, "Man, every time I see you, you break my heart. I am paying, all Kansans are paying higher taxes today because of who the governor is. Not only because of who the governor is, Mr. President, but because of some who have already spoken here today. It frustrates me no end that now some are going to stand up, trumpet themselves as, look what I did. I cut taxes." Mr. President, we wouldn't even be here today had these individuals previously voted for very reasonable tax cuts. I want to commend the chair of the Senate Assessment and Taxation Committee for all of her hard work. I know this product is not at all what she wanted. It's not at all what I want. It's not nearly big enough in tax cuts. We're sitting on several $billions of taxpayer money that should have been returned a long time ago to Kansas taxpayers. Also want to commemorate brag on our leadership for their efforts in getting us to a point that it looks like we will finally get some, and I stress the word some, tax relief to Kansas citizens. Is it all that they want? Absolutely not. We've already heard that. We are not going to be able to move the elimination of the sales tax on groceries forward. If we had a different person on the second floor, we wouldn't be paying state sales tax on groceries today, but we are. So that is something that was lost over the last year and a half because of elections have consequences. The property tax cuts for seniors, for families, for homeowners is not nearly as good as what we passed in 37 and in other pieces of legislation. Elections have consequences. We're in an election cycle. We all know that everybody's going to go home and brag about, oh, I cut taxes. The elimination of the income tax on Social Security. Mr. President, it amazes me how we are bragging about this, and I'm one of them. I confess, I have been talking about we're eliminating this income tax on Social Security. Well, colleagues, we have already eliminated the income tax on Social Security for low-income seniors. I've heard from people say, well, I'm only earning $1,500, $1,800 a month in Social Security. I need the tax eliminated on that. Well, if you are at taxable income of $75,000 and below, it's already eliminated. So we are eliminating the Social Security income tax on our upper income individuals, our millionaires, the Koch brothers, whoever else is drawing Social Security. So do I support that? Absolutely, I do. But it just amazes me how we keep acting like we're really doing something for low-income seniors when we're not. The income tax cuts for Kansas workers, not nearly as much as it should be, but it is a tax cut. I'm going to support this legislation. I'm going to go back home. I'm going to tell people I cut your taxes, but I'm going to continue to push for additional tax cuts because we must cut taxes for Kansas citizens. I am really pleased that we have been able to move the personal exemption up pretty significantly. So for our really low-income individuals currently, as we stand here today, before we vote on this, before this hopefully gets across the finish line, if you have a taxable income of $5,000 or more, you're paying income taxes. Well, this will move it up for a family of 4 to somewhere around $31,000 before they have to pay any income taxes. So it's a pretty nice deal for our low-income individuals. The property tax cut for the statewide 20 mills, the exemption going from $42,049 up to $75,000, pretty good deal. But as a reminder, we removed the indexing or the automatic increases over time that we should, I believe, leave in place. That'll be a fight for another day that we will push. I guess, Mr. President, just primarily for the record, I thought it was important to make certain that everyone understands the Kansas Legislature should not be in session on June the 18th, 2024. But we are, because elections have consequences. We have had individuals who have, a person who has vetoed legislation that could have already kept us from being here today and reduced taxes. We've had individuals who have spoken today who refused to vote for veto overrides. But now they're acting like, oh, this is a great deal. Well, it's better than nothing. I have a favorite president, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan's credited with saying something to the effect of, well, I'll get 65, 70% of what I want and live to fight another day. 65, 70% is better than 0%. And so far, we've got 0% because elections have consequences. So I would urge the body to support this legislation. And while I'm standing, since we have two opportunities, Mr. President, I've got a simple amendment that is coming, and I'm just going to explain it now to save time later. And that would allow for Lebec County to hold a sales tax election. It's non-controversial for anyone. No one cares. It's one of those things that I don't even know why the legislature has to deal with, but we do. The legislature has to give counties permission to hold a sales tax election. They want to hold a sales tax election to see if the voters of Lebec County want to add 1/8 of a penny sales tax to fund their rural fire departments and the City of Parsons fire departments. So that will be an amendment that's coming. Whether you vote it up or down, that's going to be your choice. But I just thought, Mr. President, to save time, I would go ahead and mention that. So hopefully we can get our work wrapped up today on June the 18th, and I realize June the 18th could blend into June the 19th as long as we don't adjourn, we just recess. We could still have just one legislative day. Not asking for that, not wanting that, but let's finally do the right thing and provide some tax relief. But I'm going to be reminding all Kansans throughout this year and into the future, their bank account balance is lower today because elections have consequences. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, do you have any comments? As we will probably stand at ease for just a minute. We have just got an update. Sounds like there's some Kalis problems, and I'm not sure what's going on there. Anyway, Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's some network issues too. Somebody's working against us today. I don't know who or what, but depends on what side you're on. I don't have any comments. I'll be glad to stand at ease.
Seeing no further questions, we will stand at ease for just a minute. We're going to return to order. For the questions, Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's probably the last motion I get to make in this body. I think we all know what's in the bill, and I know there's people with amendments, but it's time for the next legislator session or group of legislators to handle them issues. So, Mr. President, I'm going to call the question on this motion.
A motion to call the question that requires 10 hands to support the call. 6. Roll call's in order. Yeah, well, roll call requires 5 hands to roll call. I do not see roll call here. Wait. Yeah,
First
true.
we need to see 10.
There's nothing to roll call yet because we haven't cast the vote. So what I need first is 10 hands to cast the vote on calling the question. Seeing 10 hands, that's in order. We'll take the voice vote first. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Chair's in doubt. We'll take division. All those in favor of calling the question, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. On the vote of 17 in favor, 13 opposed, motion passes.
So, Mr. President, point of
Now roll call is in order with 5 hands. 1, 2, 3. I got 5 hands. Roll call's in order. Clerk will call the roll. Yeah, and if some that just walked in, just as a point of information for those that just walked in, this is a roll call vote on calling the question. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
President, so a vote aye is affirming that we would like to call the question. A vote no is to say no, we're going to continue on and try and allow the amendments to go on and or whatever, right?
That is correct. So point of information response there. An aye vote, we call the question, we vote on the tax plan. A no vote, we remain in the committee of the whole, probably on wait for the amendments to come. Senator from Lynn.
So, Mr. President, no closing remarks or anything? Our
Correct.
Constituents are just shut down then? Okay, thank you, Mr.
Well, I don't know what I'd equate that with shutting down our constituents, but yes, there would not be closing remarks. We'd be casting a vote. So everybody understand? Oh, Senator Fauskido.
Mr. President, I vote aye.
Oh, we're just getting ready to do that. So we're still on points of information. So for clarity, we're about to cast a roll call vote. An aye vote calls the question. We cast the vote on the bill. A no vote, we retain our position in committee of the whole, continuing on with debate. Does everybody understand? Seeing nothing further, clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Fauskido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbein. Masterson. McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been in this chamber a couple of years, and I have never voted and never supported a call to question. It is shutting down the debate. It is not letting voices be heard. And you may not think it's against your constituents, but if you shut down the debate on this legislation, you are shutting down their voices. I vote no, strongly no.
For the explanation, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Just a quick question I'd like to make my explanation. How many words can I speak or whatever?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
How long can I speak?
It's explanation of votes of 200 words or 2 minutes.
Okay. The reason why we're here today is because the legislative process is broken. The reason why and if you look at the way this process is gone, your tax committee got handed them a bill. They never got the opportunity to work the components. This was brought to the floor directly. We know the consensus is certain folks in here, they do not want to own up to their own failings of this legislative process. We had this hearing yesterday. The proponents of the bill said it was horrible. You're already seeing the finger pointing starting. It's the governor's fault. No, it's leadership's fault. No, it's the people who supported the governor's veto. No, it's the people who are leaving because they can't stand the heat. Now, as senators, I would hope we would have the internal fortitude to allow the people's mosh pit, the Senate Committee of the Whole, to have a voice. What's in here? Veterans' valor. What's in here? $125,000, of property tax relief on the home exemption. Okay, it reduces property tax from 20 to 18 mills for all property tax owners. Okay, it also has full child care. But I will also tell you, this is a slight not just to me, but to from other senators who have stood up and talked this process. If we get an amendment on that, we have the opportunity to amend it and make this one. Okay, the senator, I'm forgetting his, he complained about this. Here's an opportunity for him to make the policy what he wants. This body is shutting down debate because you're politically uncomfortable. And so when you go out and campaign this fall, and y'all voted yes to shut down this debate with your $70 measly residential property tax bill, that's on you. And you won't be able to blame it on leadership. You won't be able to blame it on the governor. It's because you abrogated your duty. You shut down debate. You didn't want to let the people know what they had an opportunity to get because you think they're not paying attention. And man, when they get those property notices this fall, they're going to be paying attention.
Your time is up, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like changing my aye to pass.
Further explanations or changes? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard comments that we're going to have the opportunity, or who's ever in this body will have the opportunity to come back in January and again address tax policy. That's true. However, if we vote on this bill, we will have used up the funds that are available to us essentially for tax policy. And I think that the time for debate is now.
For the explanation change, Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Change my pass to no.
Any further changes? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we have a tentative tally?
Preliminary count is 23 in favor, 14 opposed.
Then I will stand and speak for why I am opposed. You know, I did attend the meeting yesterday, and to show, I guess, the lack of due diligence, when we were in the joint House and Senate Tax and Assessment Committee meeting, we were there for an hour and 15 minutes before we received a copy of the actual tax bill. We heard a brief overview. It's what are the first couple pages in the document that you received today, but that was just verbal. Didn't even provide us with a copy. As a legislator, I've always been opposed to perfunctory processes. You know, we kicked the can year after year on Social Security exemption. This year, our retirees paid, it was guesstimated yesterday, and I appreciate Eddie from Legislative Research. He guesstimated $121 to $132 million were paid by our retirees because we didn't get the Social Security tax exemption passed at the first of the year or any year prior. But I vote no for shutting down any opportunity for amendments because I represent Miami and Johnson County. And what they have said to me, and I do at this time have the largest Senate district with over 88,000 souls, voting souls. In Miami County, 2 prior years, 19.4% property tax increase. Johnson County, 15.6% average tax increase. But the rub is the residential valuation increases. Miami County, 37% last year. Lynn County, 44%. Johnson County, 25%. What we hear from our retirees is even with the elimination of Social Security, they cannot afford their property tax. For our young family, even with an increase in child care tax credit, they cannot afford their property tax. So I do stand by my vote no, and I urge the body to reverse their yes votes to no so that we can give real tax relief. One last thing, we heard it on the floor earlier, but we heard this yesterday in testimony.
Your time is up, Senator. We're almost 3 minutes.
I'm just going to add one. It's 3 words.
Bring it on.
Better than nothing. Kansans deserve better than nothing.
Thank you. Further explanation, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had 4 years, most of us here in the Senate, to debate a lot of these policies. We've had research, we've had great tax committee meetings that have gone on and on. We've had bills that have passed. These are the components of things that have been debated ad nauseum. The fact that we have this in front of us that's negotiated, we're at a point now where the negotiations are done. We can move forward with this. I don't like shutting down debate either. As a minority party member, that's terrible. But this is a special session. We're at a special time. We're at the end of the road here. We need to move this along. And I'd like to see us get through this right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted to support shutting down the discussion. I voted aye on this. I'm going to change my aye to no, realizing that we still are above the threshold for 21. But I think it does bear repeating some of the discussion. For many of us, this is our last discussion or last debate we will have on a very crucial, in fact, the crucial matter that's before Kansans today. And some of us are anxious to get out of here. I certainly am one of those. I think that they've reached this ugly compromise that's before us today to have the discussion on. And we do know that we don't want to go to conference on the amendments that might be brought in, but it does bear repeating, several senators have mentioned that discussion is what brings us here. And for many, this is the last discussion we will have about the most crucial matter confronting Kansans right now. And I respect that process, as anxious as I am to leave. I also respect the fact that there's so much left languishing here. The good people of Wyandotte County aren't getting anything out of this tax bill, the ones that I represent, compared to some of the others that we have. And I've shared that pretty openly, but it is a compromise. And it's something that I ultimately will vote for, but I think that we could have some prolonged discussion or debate regarding that out of respect, especially for those that won't have the opportunity to do that again. Thank you, Mr. President. So again, I change my aye to no.
Senator from Lynn, you've had explanation. Are you seeking change?
No, I have an announcement, if I may, Mr. President.
Okay.
So the legislative post-audit is scheduled to meet at 10:30. We're going to go ahead and finish the vote and the debate on this, so the Senate will be late to that meeting. I anticipate about 11 a.m., but I do not have my cell phone. I am not tethered to it, so anybody that could let the House members know, that would be great. Thank you.
Very good. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a brief comment. I've been around here, a lot of you know, for a long time. I don't know that I have ever seen call the question offered so soon in debate. I've seen it offered after hours and hours and hours, and endless amendments, and people get frustrated. It's late in the day or late at night, but it's just, I mean, when the senator from, I guess it would be Douglas over here, said he had an amendment at the beginning, I thought, oh, well, here we go, we're going to have an amendment, at least one. But, you know, and I thought, that's tolerable. We can, you know, we got a few hours here. I don't think the chief's bill's ready yet. But anyway, just a comment that it just seems awfully early in this process. And so it begs the question, why? Thank you.
Senator Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Definitely, you know, more I think about, we've had 2 years to discuss the tax policy that's in front of us. To throw something new in will really jeopardize the compromise. Like I said, I don't support everything in the compromise, but I'm going to support it today. I've heard from my constituents, at the end of the day, they want tax relief. They don't want another jeopardized veto bill or something added. They know the parties have come together. They're ready to move forward. And, you know, I've had other members ask me, I'm one that's leaving, so probably be ripe to make this motion. I had other members ask me to make that motion. And I thought it was appropriate because when we look at some of the new language in the Holland Amendment that's being worked on, you know, it's going to change the bill pretty drastically. And, you know, I think it's just going to extend the debate, and it'll either fail or change it in a way where our constituents won't see a tax cut. And they, you know, they'll end up paying taxes on Social Security or some of these other things. And we really need to get this done and over with. We've had 2 years to debate new stuff. You know, I could have come here with 10 amendments and flooded the process, but it's time to move forward.
He's at a minute 15.
Thanks for that point of order of interruption. I appreciate that. You know, I'm glad I get 2 minutes, not a little shorter. But it's time to move on, and I applaud you, Mr. President, and leadership working with the governor's office and other members to get this, and I'm trying to show some respect and support what you guys have done. So thank you.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a caucus this morning at 8 o'clock. First question that was asked was, does anyone in here know how they're not going to vote, please raise their hand. Not one person raised their hand. So everyone knew how they were going to vote when we come in at 8 o'clock this morning. I don't know what has been said to change anybody's mind after they've had all this summer to talk about it. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Senator Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my yes vote. In principle, I don't like to shut down debate. In reality, what we're doing now, today, is one of two things to continue. We're going to jeopardize the tax plan we have and Kansans get no tax relief, or we're going to get caught on a gotcha vote for elections. That's the only thing that can happen by continuing this discussion. That is why I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you. No.
Any further changes, explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Twenty-two having voted in favor and 16 opposed, the motion passes. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. Senate Bill 1. Clerk will read the title.
An act concerning taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Voscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does anyone wish to explain their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Yes, I changed my pass to aye, and I would like to explain my vote. Politics above policy. It's a disturbing trend that has cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Politics above policy. I will not give up working for the best policy. My commitment is to be a tireless advocate for the people of my district and our state. With over $4 billion in the coffers, $1.7 billion in the rainy day fund that earns approximately $10 to $12 million a month. We're talking $120 million accessible to be used for tax cuts, just sitting in the bank. It's time to return it to the taxpayers. But the problem is all of the spending. Last year, over a 13% increase, $1.1 billion in the state general fund spending. This year, $1.2 billion, over 14% increase in spending. We can absolutely afford more tax cuts. I do support this legislation, but it is not the best we can get. As a good senator from Miami said, we can do better.
Further explanation or changes? Senator Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's important always to put people over politics. And I have voted yes for every tax relief package that has been put on my desk here this session. And today we have a bill that has come before us, and while it is not as strong as previous packages, it is delivering tax relief to Kansans. And we must always remember people over politics. So that's why I vote yes today, Mr. President.
For the explanation, Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. This special session and tax bill may go down in history as the Deflategate of special sessions. I refuse to play ball with billionaire globalists, cheaters, liars, and thieves. Kansans deserve better. I vote no.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be able to submit some comments for the bill.
That will be granted. Reminder, 200 words. Further explanation, Senator from Reno. Senator, you.
Thank you. I voted no because details matter. Small details matter. Small details add up. We really serve a role as educators in this body, and we're educating our society the wrong way in regards to this daycare and the separation of parents and the degradation of the traditional family. Furthermore, in my 4 short years here, this supermajority of Republicans has increased spending 20%. Think of that. We've got problems. We've got problems with wokeism, with big business trying to control our government. And we've got big spending Republicans that are a huge problem. We've got to get big spending and big spending Republicans back under control. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With her permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't know if the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, was going to submit written, but if she does, I know it's kind of odd, but I think she was on point, and with her permission, would like to join her remarks.
If she submits, so
if she should so submit.
Were you submitting written? Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that my words be spread across the journal. Yes, thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my no vote. We all understand what the legislative process is, but the bill that we just voted on wasn't a part of the legislative process. It was 2 legislators that have a voice, that are leadership in the House and the Senate, and the governor. They negotiated this bill, not the legislature. What we have heard from our taxpayers is they need relief. They need it now, particularly with regard to property tax. They're not getting that. It's about respecting the process, being able to participate, and I guess the most interesting component is as we were still gathering votes to stop debate, it's when my amendment was delivered to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. With her permission, I would like to join the comments of Senator Warren from Johnson.
So ordered. Seeing Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. With her permission, I'd like to join the explanation of vote for the senator from Lynn.
Any further? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. "34 having in favor and 4 opposed the passage of Senate Bill 1. This measure, having reached its constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed." Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before recess, I want to announce that the Republicans will caucus in room 548 upon the sound of the gavel, and I will yield to the senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
I appreciate the opportunity, but the Senate Democrats will not be caucusing.
Thank you. Majority Leader, I heard caucus at the sound of the gavel. I think, so it's the intention to, we'll recess to the sound of the gavel and then break to caucus?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus in 5:48 after the sound of the gavel.
Any questions, announcements? Seeing none, Majority Leader Cali, you can make the motion to recess the sound of the gavel.
Mr. President, I make a motion we recess to the sound of the gavel.
Heard the motion, all say aye. Opposed, no. We're in recess. Senate will come to order. Body, we have a couple honorary resolutions we're going to get out of the way real quick. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1702 by Senators Haley and Baumgardner. A resolution honoring the life, career, and trailblazing achievements of Kansas icon Ed Dwight.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the reader would please read the resolution.
Whereas Ed Dwight was born in Kansas City, Kansas on September 9th, 1933, rising to meteoric heights as the first African American selected for NASA's early astronaut corps, a celebrated sculptor and the oldest person to reach space, and whereas Dwight's parents emphasized education and fought for equal opportunities for their son, who became the first African American graduate of Bishop Ward High School in 1951, and whereas Dwight earned an associate's degree in engineering from Kansas City Junior College and enlisted in the United States Air Force in 1953, and whereas Dwight rose to the rank of captain, flying high-performance jets, training at the Aerospace Research Pilot School, and serving as a test pilot at Edwards Air Force Base, and whereas, while serving proudly in the Air Force, Dwight earned a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering from Arizona State University, and whereas Dwight was a trailblazer as the first African-American astronaut candidate, advancing to the second phase of training course in the face of great pressure and prejudice, and whereas in 1963, despite Dwight's accomplishments and qualifications, he was not selected for Astronaut Group 3 and resigned from the Air Force in 1966 after a highly distinguished career. And whereas Dwight went on to earn a master's degree in sculpture from the University of Denver in 1977 and became a celebrated sculptor, recognized worldwide for the creation of works that tell African American history, including Evolution of Jazz, and a sculpture of President Obama's first inauguration. Whereas on May 19th, 2024, Ed Dwight, a man who personifies the Kansas state motto, ad astra per aspera, became the oldest person to travel to space, breaking the record previously held by actor William Shatner. And whereas Kansans applaud and celebrate Dwight's contributions to the historical, artistic, and social fabric of Kansas and the nation as he continues to create and inspire from his studio and gallery in Denver, Colorado. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Kansas that we honor the life and career and trailblazing achievements of Kansas icon Ed Dwight, and be it further resolved that we seek to permanently display Ed Dwight's art in a prominent place in or around the Capitol to forever commemorate the brilliant work of a great Kansan.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to recognize the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, for a few words.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, and her husband, Dr. Brian Baumgardner, as well, for helping us to extol and lift up the life and some of the accomplishments of a truly extraordinary Kansan. As the reader has just read in this Senate Resolution number 1702, which I am personally elevated to co-sponsor with the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner. This gentleman, Ed Dwight, is truly exceptional in his humble origins and his accomplishments, most notably, most recently, being the eldest person to fly into space, as the resolution states, here at 90. He made a certain amount of worldwide news, eclipsing the second oldest, that being the infamous Mr. Shatner of Star Trek fame. But Mr. Dwight is known in and around Kansas City, Kansas, and indeed our state, and now, of course, the world, for many other reasons. He was, as the reader has read, just a special emphasis for some of his life's accomplishments. He came out of Bishop Ward High School, one of the first African Americans to finish there from my district in Wyandotte County to finish Bishop Ward. And he came on through his education and hoped to be an astronaut. He had those aspirations to fly high, completed his training with that, and during the Kennedy administration was tapped to be, indeed, an astronaut and would probably have been on a flight to the moon. After he did not get that opportunity, after President Kennedy was succeeded by President Johnson, he continued on, as did Mr. Dwight, in a way that is most remarkable. I know that the senator from Miami is going to help direct us to these beautiful pieces that she has. I'll let her better explain that at the appropriate time, Mr. President. They are indeed remarkable. His sculpture, his artistry, Ed Dwight's artistry is celebrated throughout the world. The manner in which it soars, and it soars high, is self-explanatory, which you're able to examine yourself, and again, which I will leave to the senator from Miami to discuss. We have exceptional people within our midst, and Ed Dwight's life is a testimony to just one of many who have certainly bring a certain amount of fame to the people that are within our midst. And what he has done with his artistry, with his sculpture, what he has done with his perseverance through the Air Force, and his accomplishments therein are being recognized in this resolution. And I hope, and again, and thank the senator from Miami and Dr. Brian Baumgartner, her husband, for working in conjunction to bring this resolution to recognize Ed Dwight's prominence, which should be extolled, indeed, which we should do more for beyond resolution in this state to recognize this truly great Kansan. I'm grateful to be a part of it, very much so, and hope that we will join at some appropriate time in bringing unanimity to a vote on Senate Resolution number 1702. And having said that, Mr. President, would yield back to the senator from Miami, gratefully having been allowed this time.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much to the senator from Wyandotte, and thank you to the president. You know, when we think about icons in the state of Kansas, we think of John Brown, Carrie Amelia Nation, Amelia Earhart, William Allen White, even Dwight Eisenhower, though he was born in Texas. But we do have our own homegrown icon in Ed Dwight, and he really does exemplify ad astra per aspera. In a book that he wrote, Soaring on the Wings of a Dream, The Struggles and Adventures of the First Black Astronaut Candidate, you know, he talks about what he went through, not just when he was in high school, where he was the first black graduate from his high school, but he talks about when he was in the Air Force, when he was selected by President Kennedy in 1961 to serve as the first black astronaut trainee, how he was harassed, he was hazed, he was bullied, he was ridiculed, he had life threats against him. Ironically, initially, it was because of the color of his skin, because he was identified as being that first black astronaut trainee. But upon the assassination of JFK, he was no longer moved forward to serve as an astronaut because the color of his skin wasn't dark enough. Now, he started out, what could I love more than a high school graduate who then earned a community college degree, which was a junior college at the time, but then continued to serve us in the military. And then with adversity, he didn't give up, he didn't give in, but he earned another college degree. And so he had focused so much of his early career with that left brain as an aeronautic engineer, and he flipped to the other side and he had that right brain working. And so we are in the people's house. We're in the people's house today, and it will be a month tomorrow, since he actually did get to be amongst the stars in that space flight. But what I brought to the People's House is a couple of sculptures from my own home. The one on the left is recognizing African Americans that did serve as cowboys. To the right is a sculpture of Ed Dwight's that recognizes the role in American jazz. And the center sculpture is one that's been in my Senate office for the last 6 years, and that is the education ship. And for him to have used in such a phenomenal way to be recognized for the work and the success of not only his left brain, but his right brain, and for there to be large installments, large sculptures in so many of our different state capitals, outside sculptures in parks, as well as those inside. So it is a point of pride for us as Kansans, for us to have this 21st century idol that comes from Kansas. And it is my hope that Kansas kids are going to know they can continue to dream, they can continue to fight through adversity, and they can have the recognition. They might have to wait a long time. For those of you that didn't watch the Blue Origin space launch that occurred last month, check some of the news clips, because what we saw is a 90-year-old man climb into that spacecraft, get up there, be amongst the stars, come back down, and when it landed and he climbed out, he was a 5-year-old boy saying, "I want to do it again." So those of us parents and grandparents that have stood in long, slow lines so that our children or grandchildren can ride the ride, and as soon as the ride's over, what do they want? They want to do it again. So he has lived his dream, but a new dream for us as a legislature is that an Ed Dwight sculpture will be here in the People's House. So, Mr. President, at this time, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1702 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1703 by Senator Fausto. A resolution recognizing November 14th, 2024 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day in the state of Kansas.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the reader would read, please.
Whereas Kansas was at the epicenter of the landmark United States Supreme Court case, Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, Kansas, which was decided on May 17, 1954, and handed down the unanimous decision that racially segregated public schools violated the 14th Amendment. And whereas the Kansas Senate and House of Representatives passed SR 1756 and HR 6047, respectively, commemorating 2024 as the 70th anniversary of the Brown v. Board of Education decision, which made segregation in public schools illegal in the United States. And whereas in its ruling, the Supreme Court of the United States determined that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal and every citizen of the United States deserves equal education, and whereas Ruby Nell Bridges is an American activist who became a symbol of the civil rights movement at age 6 when she was the youngest of a group of African American students designated to integrate public schools. And whereas on November 14th, 1960, 6-year-old Ruby Bridges attended all-white William Franz Elementary School in New Orleans, Louisiana, as the only African-American student enrolled at the school. And whereas artist Norman Rockwell celebrated Ruby Bridges' courage in 1964 with a painting of Ruby's first day of school entitled "The Problem We All Live With," making Ruby Bridges the national icon for desegregation. And whereas Ms. Bridges established the Ruby Bridges Foundation in 1999 to promote the values of tolerance, respect, and appreciation of all differences. And whereas around November 14th of every year, students, staff, and teachers across the country honor Ms. Bridges and the courage it took to walk through the doors of William Franz Elementary School in 1960 by participating in Ruby Bridges' Walk to School Day. And whereas, inspired by Ruby Bridges' story, the children of Kansas have invited her to Topeka, Kansas on November 14th, 2024, to commemorate the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education, which made her journey possible. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the state of Kansas, by the Senate of the state of Kansas, that we recognize November 14th, 2024 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day in the state of Kansas. And be it further resolved that we join the children of Kansas in inviting Ruby Bridges to Topeka, Kansas on November 14th, 2024 to commemorate the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauci-Udo.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with your permission, I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from Wyandotte, Senator Pat Petty.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I just want to mention a few things. It's 148 days until November 14th, which will be the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day in 2024. And as was mentioned by the reader, Ruby Bridges was 6 years old when she walked into history, and her story should continue to inspire the next generation of leaders to ensure racism will stop in our time. She integrated at 6 years old an all-white school, William Frank Elementary School, and that's how she, as a 6-year-old, walked into history. Last year, a school in my district, among other schools across the state, Frank Ruskin Elementary School, students there participated in Ruby Bridges Day, Walk to School Day, and those students have then been involved this year in making a video to help bring, hopefully, Ruby Bridges to Kansas to help the celebration, not only of Ruby Bridges Day, but also the remembrance of the end of segregation, of the beginning of school desegregation. So I would encourage us to all support this resolution. It would be a great honor to see her come and be part of our celebration for diversity and everyone having an opportunity to get quality education throughout our state, as we have been doing now for the last 70 years.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauci-Udo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the gentlelady from Wyandotte's comment. It is my honor to bring this resolution forward, Ruby Bridges Day. All the things that were mentioned in the resolution, Mr. President, and a lot of them, I benefit from them standing here as the first African-American woman ever in our state's history to serve in the Kansas Senate. We've just recently celebrated Brown versus Board of Education. Tomorrow is the Juneteenth celebration. So many wonderful things that we are doing in our state of Kansas, and I appreciate the body's indulgence and your support on this resolution. And with that, Mr. President, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1703 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Before we debate, I have a point of privilege by Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to recognize the special guest I have here today, Hillard Cozine, who's over here to my left. He was a tight end for the K-State Wildcats. He might, his last name might be familiar to many of you from Sedgwick County. He's the son of Ashley and Carolyn Cozine, and just want to give him a warm Senate welcome.
Welcome to the Senate, man. All right, messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of H.R. 6001, a resolution relating to the organization of the 2024 House of Representatives for the 2024 special session and selection of the following officers: Dan Hawkins, Speaker of the House; Blake Carpenter, Speaker Pro Tem; Chris Croft, Majority Leader; Vic Miller, Minority Leader; Susan Kinnard, Chief Clerk; Foster Chisholm, Sergeant at Arms, and awaits the pleasure of the Senate. Announcing adoption of HCR 1601, a concurrent resolution relating to a committee to wait upon the governor and advisor of the 2024 special session of the legislature is duly organized and ready to receive communication. The Secretary of the Senate and Chief Clerk of the House were appointed to notify the governor. Announcing passage of Senate Bill 1, announcing passage of House Bill 2001, House Bill 2001, an act concerning economic development.
This constitutes introduction of House Bill 2001. This time I'm referring House Bill 2001 to the Committee of the Whole. Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and House Bill 2001 be advanced to final action, subject to amendment, debate, and roll call.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. To carry HB 2001, Chair recognizes the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2001 passed the House earlier today with a supermajority of 84 to 38. It allows us the opportunity to bring a $4 billion enterprise with hundreds of millions of dollars in payroll into the state of Kansas. A single team would bring into our state roughly $1 billion in annual economic impact, nearly $30 million in annual tax revenue, almost 6,000 jobs, not to mention $2 billion in construction with roughly $1 billion in payroll. A single Super Bowl brings into our state $1.3 billion in economic impact, $726 million added to the state GDP, and over 100,000 visitors for that one event. There's $221 million in visitor spending, $500 million in income for residents, and over 10,000 jobs. That's based on the Phoenix Super Bowl. Kansas has a unique opportunity to keep these two major professional sports franchises in the KC Metro and bring new commerce, including hotels, restaurants, shopping, and entertainment to our state. We also have the opportunity to do something that another state has not considered, and that is building a domed stadium that can host concerts in cold weather, NCAA Final Fours, college football playoffs, college bowl games, and of course those Super Bowls that open air stadiums are not considered for in cold weather climates like ours. This is not a risky proposition. We have decades of experience with these franchises, attendance numbers, numbers of visitors, the revenue capability, and the taxable income numbers. And we can do it without taxing our citizens like the proposals in Missouri, where even the poorest residents are forced to participate, or recently in Nevada, where they spent over $1 billion in state dollars to draw two franchises to their state. We can do it without a tax increase and with funds traditionally earmarked for economic development. Let's talk about the guardrails in the bill. When a developer brings a stadium star bond proposal to the Department of Commerce, it must be vetted internally, a project plan developed, all of that demonstrating how the project will work. The project plan is vetted by an outside economist who issues a feasibility study to the department. The Legislative Coordinating Council reviews the development agreement negotiated between the Department of Commerce and the developer based on the plan and feasibility study. The LCC can approve it, reject it, or send it back for modification. If approved, the free market in the form of bond buyers will ultimately determine whether they believe this project makes sense and is worthy of their investment. If and only if a project can pass all of these safeguards, will a stadium star bond project happen. What you are being asked to do today is not to negotiate a deal with two professional sports franchises. What you are being asked to do today is pass into law the guardrails for a negotiation, with the final guardrail being the Department of Commerce and the Legislative Coordinating Council representing all of us in this room. And with that, I will stand for comments or questions on House Bill 2001.
Questions for the senator from Saline. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in strong support of this. The area that I represent is a prime candidate for this type of project. It's not the exclusive target for this type of project, but when I look at the Wyandotte County and how successful the two star bond projects have been there, it's been phenomenal. They've brought tons of business, millions and millions of dollars of revenue to the state, and the impact of having a Kansas City Chiefs or Kansas City Royals stadium in this area can't be underestimated. We're here, we have a great franchise that's won numerous Super Bowls, and we're in jeopardy of Kansas City losing those franchises. Missouri's dropped the ball. We now have an opportunity to make an offer, to give our Secretary of Commerce the toolkit he needs to go make a deal that's good for Kansas, that's good for the Chiefs, that's good for our community. These projects have been very successful. When we look at other stadiums and stadium complexes, this is the way of the future. We look at what's been done in Dallas with these recreational areas that are put in between, say, the baseball stadium and the football stadium. They're incredibly successful. This is good for Kansas. This is good to keep the Chiefs and the Royals here. And when we think about why we would want to keep the Chiefs and the Royals here, nothing brings our community together like these two teams. When we think about what they bring people together across party lines, across economic backgrounds, across ethnic backgrounds, across religious backgrounds. They're a unifying force for our community. And if we didn't stand up and do what we could to keep these teams that bring us together as a community and help define some of our identity, I wouldn't find that conscionable. So, Mr. President, I do stand in strong support, and I encourage the body to pass this favorably for passage.
Further questions for the senator from Saline. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I just take a look back in 1990. The largest destination place in Kansas was the Woodlands. And the boats opened across the line, and the Woodlands slowed down and ceased to exist. Wyandotte County was, it was a struggling place. Had a great mayor that put a vision together, went to the legislature. Legislature wanting to expand NASCAR too, and they built the NASCAR Speedway. It's about 4 years from being paid off. My understanding, we did the Star Bond project, Village West, it's paid off, and some of the others around there have paid off. I think to myself, when Lamar Hunt and Kansas City originally, when Lamar Hunt brought the Chiefs here and they were playing at the downtown stadium, what the Kansas City mayor and they were thinking when they built 2 new stadiums out there for $70 million. That was a big deal at the time, and they're incredible stadiums. Most Kansas Cityans have had a blast out there. I can imagine everybody watching the Super Bowl this year. You know, it was just incredible watching our Chiefs, and now we got a chance to go for that three-peat. And yet, you know, the voters didn't support them in a simple bond issue to renovate the stadium for another 20 years. You know, when you look at what the sales tax, the liquor tax, the income tax is bringing off of them 2 stadiums, is way more than the bond issue that we're talking about. And so I'm just, you know, my very last day probably in this chamber of making a vote, the very last vote, very honored to make this vote for the bill. This will be great for Kansas. The people that go there will pay the tax to pay for it. The people that drink the liquor will pay for the tax. The people that wager on these games will help pay for this stadium being built. You know, I think, in my mind, that's a touchdown. That's, you know, I would love to bring the Lamar Hunt Trophy back to Kansas, and I would love to say the Kansas City Chiefs of Kansas have won 4 Super Bowls. But I just think that Kansas City, Missouri has dropped the ball. You know, they really have an opportunity. We just had the draft here. We've had 2 World Series in, you know, the last 10 years here. This is a rich baseball, football town. I think the people of Kansas, we're supporting the teams with a lot of the revenue. I mean, our revenue from Kansas is going to Missouri. That sales tax, that beer tax, a lot of that, all the hot dogs and the things that are consumed at them games, that's going to Missouri. And so I'm very honored. I think also when you look at, you know, we'll start with the baseball team. Ewing Coppin, very honored Kansan, who did the right thing, was really strong in Kansas City in the community, did a lot. And I think if he was alive today, he'd build a brand new stadium wherever he wanted to build it. He was that kind of guy. I think this ownership group will look at Kansas, and I think they'll invest a lot of their money, as if you take a look, they got a pretty good baseball team right now. And I think that baseball team's just going to keep getting better because they're investing in it. I think when Lamar Hunt went across the country looking for a place to take the Dallas Texans, he took them to the Kansas City for a reason. You know, we needed it here. We would support it here. We love it here. And I think it's probably a hard move for the Hunt family to look at moving across the line because their father brought that team to that city, that side of the town. But I think they would do it. I think it'd be a first-class stadium, and I think it would make the Legends and everything we've got going on out in that area one of the strongest places in the country. And I think that's what's missing on the Missouri side. No investment around that stadium. The old Adams Mart closed up. I mean, the businesses around there, there's not that many. And you know, in today's modern football age, I think you see more built up around the stadium. You know, there's people coming in and out of them facilities, and they're bringing their families. And, you know, they want to have a place to stay and shop and spend time. And I think we've laid the groundwork there with the Speedway, with the Hollywood Casino, with the Legends and the soccer stadium. And I think this is like the last piece of the puzzle that will make that area very, very strong for a long time in the future. Also, I think the Hunt family has, they've spent a lot of money on the renovations over the years. It's not just the city picking up the tab, as people like to say. They've picked up their fair share. And they're willing to invest their fair share. And, you know, I've got several friends that are former alumni, and they'll tell you when you go around the country to different NFL teams, and Lamar Hunt was the one that started it, the Ambassadors Program. Kansas City Chiefs has one of the strongest ambassadors program. That's former Chiefs players that are in the communities working to help solve problems, doing charity work, and, you know, coming to different events. So I think, you know, you'll see when you look at some of the ambassadors, you're pretty amazed. Some of them are at the end of their career. that have played and been pretty highly recognized in different communities, but they come back here and they live here. They love it in the Kansas City area. So I want to I think this is a great vote. This is for the long term of the state. This is going to create a lot of economic revenue. This is going to make an area that's strong, super strong for the next 50 years. We got an opportunity to bring a Super Bowl and hopefully more World Series if we get a baseball team here. This is a win for Kansas. And I don't know that we would have had this opportunity if that vote would have passed. I don't think we would have ever. But I think they're prepared to make that turn now. And I think they're ready to move into Kansas. And I'm here to say I support them. And I hope the body does too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some questions for the carrier. So let's start off with, could you share with us how the land might be acquired for these venues?
Senator from Saline.
Sure. Land would be acquired voluntarily through the sale of those properties. Developers would bring their proposals to the teams to be able to choose from those. They will do site selection through that process. If you're referring to eminent domain, they've testified publicly that they have no intention of invoking eminent domain in any way, shape, or form, that they are interested in being brought proposals that will give them the opportunity to choose from multiple sites for a stadium and potentially a second site for a training facility.
Senator from Miami.
I guess I appreciate the mention of eminent domain, so let's drill down on that. Are there any guardrails in this piece of legislation that prohibits eminent domain? And the reason I ask that is because the prior speaker spoke about the Kansas Speedway and how successful that was, and yet that land was acquired through eminent domain. We had families who had family farms, more than 6 generations. We had churches that lost their land for a racetrack, and they lost it through eminent domain. So do we have guardrails in this law that prohibits eminent domain? It's one thing to testify we're not going to do something. It's another thing that says they are not able to because of statute in place.
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It wouldn't make sense for them to use eminent domain. The only ability to use eminent domain under our current law requires the passage of another bill. It would require 2/3 vote from a local government, and it would require a 200% payment from market value, 200% of market value payment to the landowner. In this case, they are looking for people who are bringing them a development that is ready to go, where options have already been secured on the land, and they are able to do this in a fairly rapid manner. They're not interested in going through courts and disputes and individuals who are not interested in selling their land being made to do so. They are interested in being community partners, and it would not make financial sense to go, or timeline sense to go through that process.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you. As follow-up questions, could you speak a little bit about the joint commerce meeting that occurred yesterday? Were there any recommendations that came out of that committee meeting?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of any recommendations that were made by that committee outside of the bill itself.
Senator from Miami.
Speaking about the bill itself, it's my understanding that did the joint committee have copies of bill language yesterday for that committee meeting?
Senator from Saline.
I did not have a copy of it. We had a copy of the bullet points of what was included inside the bill while it was being drafted.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. So could you speak a little bit to the legislative process? So where did this bill come out of? Did it come out of the House or did it come out of the Senate?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, it's House Bill 2001. It was passed in the House earlier today on a supermajority vote of 84 to 38.
Senator from Miami.
Well, I think I could speak to a prior bill, Senate Bill 1, and it certainly didn't come out of a Senate committee. And yet, that's what was the name of the bill that when we started our committee meeting yesterday, we didn't have a copy for an hour and 15 minutes before we received a draft. So there was no one in particular that testified that said, I was a part of crafting the language for this?
Senator from Saline.
It's my understanding, and just having been discussed through the process since the end of last session when there was a bill being considered for running on our floor, that the reviser was Jason Long, and that there were representatives of the law firms that had been retained by the franchises, and then there were representatives and senators who were involved in that process.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we speak a little bit about renovations? What is in this bill with regard to renovations?
Senator from Saline.
The only thing that would be involved in renovations would be the potential, once a bond is paid off or once a fund has the necessary revenue to do so, it could enact another bond from it. The Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund has dual stream revenue, and the dollars that are going into that account would continue even after a bond was paid off. So if the bond ended in 30 years and a renovation was sought in 30 years, we would again have a stream of revenue available to us that avoided asking taxpayers to fund this.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, what guardrails are there specifically with regard to renovations? And the reason I ask that is because one of the franchises, as far as a facility that we're looking at potentially coming here, would be a Royal Stadium. And in 2009, Royal Stadium renovation, it was a $250 million renovation, was completed. And here we are 15 years later, and there is a quote that says, "The K is just not functional to sustain the Royals." That is a quote that I found online. That came from a report from KMBC Channel 9 from February of 2024. So in 15 years and an expense for a total renovation of $250 million, they're saying that that very facility is not functional to sustain the Royals. So if the payoff for these bonds has been extended from what would be typical for star bonds, the 20 years, it's been extended to 30 years. Is that correct?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, that's correct for the star bond portion of it. Yes, those are extended to 30 years.
Senator from Miami.
So explain again, if the star bonds aren't paid off, and we're 15 years into what is a newly constructed facility and renovations are needed, what would be the options again for them to fund those? Or would we find ourselves in a situation just like Missouri where they're looking for a new home?
Senator from Saline.
Yeah, again, the bonding that would potentially be available to them in 15, 20 years would be excess revenue that continues to flow into the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund from the dual stream revenue. That includes the sports wagering funds that we've already allocated towards that fund, or the traditionally economic development funds that occur through the lottery revenues. Those have already been done through a budget proviso. They are codified into law in this bill before you.
Senator from Miami.
So could you speak a little bit more about the budget proviso? Because typically a proviso is just good for 1 year. Could he speak about the proviso, and then also could the carrier of the bill please speak about the sports wagering funds? And the reason I ask that is when that law was passed for sports wagering in the state of Kansas, that electronic wagering, one of the things that occurred in the media is Kansas was roundly chastised for how little funds were actually going to Kansas by virtue of wagering. So if he could please address those two issues, that would be helpful.
Senator from Saline.
Sure. The sports wagering funds a portion of those is allocated towards the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund. That has been done already in statute. So the fund exists today. That fund then also has, through budget proviso, excess lottery revenues over $71.5 million flowing into that fund. That brings in about $9.25 million per year. The budget proviso is over a 2-year fiscal year period. Based upon that, there would be about $36 million in the fund at the end of that second fiscal year. That amount continues to grow as sports wagering comes online and more individuals are engaged in that in a legal manner in the state of Kansas. Also, the lottery revenues have a pretty consistent upward trajectory over time, and so those two sources of revenue will continue to climb over time. They will fund initially the bond portions that are necessary for attracting either the Kansas City Chiefs or Kansas City Royals or both, and then as they continue to ramp up, there would be excess revenue over time. That's what I'm referring to when I say that there's the potential to layer a second bond on it, or there's the potential that if the bond is paid off to continue to use that revenue stream rather than taxing our citizens. I'm not sure if there's another question involved in there, but that's essentially how this is set up. So you have 3 revenue streams that are financing this project: sports wagering, excess lottery, which is traditionally economic development targeted, and then the star bond portion that is through the sales tax.
Senator from Miami.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. If the carrier would please review one more time, what do we currently have as far as funds from the excess sports wagering as well as the lottery?
Senator from Saline.
Sports wagering, pull up here. Sports wagering in FY24 was $4.1 million. In FY25, it is 7.76. It then jumps to 8.3. The omnibus additions that we made in the budget, which are the lottery revenues, are $9.25 million in each year. That's the current projection for 25 and 26. KLRD did not do a projection going out to 2031, of course, but that ends with a roughly $36.6 million balance at the end of 26, still 5 years away from the end of the current lease for Arrowhead.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do have some concerns about this. I have concerns about the priorities. You know, we're talking about excess of 30-some plus million dollars that's sitting there. Not that significant when we look at the overall budget, but eerily similar to the difference between what the governor vetoed as far as a tax plan and what got voted on today by what the governor agreed she'd be willing to sign into law. So when I think about the other needs of Kansans and how we're collecting money from them, I think that when I look at the text messages that we received and the email messages that we received, for those of us that had served on Commerce Committee for many years and how we really did work to put protective guardrails on our all-star bond projects. And it's interesting because we've received, a lot of us, I think all of us have received the same cut and paste email message or text message about how successful the star bond projects are. And the fact of the matter is there are a lot of star bond projects that haven't been successful. I understand we're calling this star bonds, but it's completely different. Because if I understand correctly the carrier of this bill, the only entities that would be eligible for this kind of special star bond funding that would extend to 30 years rather than 20, that would have all of the other benefits such as funds from sports wagering and excess lottery, is only if it is a professional franchise. Is that correct?
Senator from Saline.
Yes, that is correct. It would need to be a professional sports franchise. There is one other entity that received a 30-year bond, and that is the Kansas Speedway.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. So are we very specific? It's only baseball, football. We're not talking about hockey. We're not talking about any other professional sports franchise.
Senator from Saline.
Yes, that's correct. It is just the Major League Baseball and the NFL. The way it was designed was to allow it to only come from an adjacent state as well.
Senator from Miami.
I thought it was only a fair question to ask since we just finished the hockey finals and we're in the middle of the NBA basketball playoffs. So I thought that was fair to ask, since we also used to have a hockey team in Kansas and we also used to have a basketball team in Kansas, professional teams. Let's go another step, and so let's talk about if only one team wants to come to Kansas. Let's say it's just the Royals or another professional baseball team. Is the legislation still in place?
Senator from Saline.
Yes, that's correct. The legislation is in place for both or either.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you for that. So give a clarification. Just like a proviso, it's good for a year. This is not a proviso. This is a law. So how long does this opportunity stay on the table?
Senator from Saline.
It stays on the table for 1 year. It is extendable by the LCC for an additional year.
Senator from Miami.
So is it going to be 1 year from the signature of the governor, which I know we've been told that she's totally neutral on this, and yet her chief of staff says it would be a good move for us. So I think that's more of a wink wink that the governor's pen is ready to sign. So is it going to be 1 year from the signature of the governor, or is it going to be 1 year from what? July 1?
Senator from Saline.
Right, okay. So it starts July 1, it would end June 30th, and then an extension would be July 1 to June 30th of the following year.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So what is the criteria for, you had indicated that the extension could be made at the vote of, is it the LCC? Is there a criteria for that extension?
Senator from Saline.
The criteria for the extension would be a vote of a majority vote of the Legislative Coordinating Council. There's no requirement for anything in particular. The reason that it's extendable and it's for that period of time is that we're dealing with potentially 2 professional sports franchises. One is on a far faster timeline than the other, so this gives that other one that is not necessarily on that same accelerated timeline the opportunity to continue to participate. The football team is already behind schedule. If you look at their previous sales tax extensions on the Missouri side, they're about 6 months behind the tightest time frame that they've ever had. So there is some sense of urgency on that one, but there is an extension capability for the other team.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're hearing some complaints that it's difficult to hear. We've got some side talking, but.
If you'd hold down the sidebar. We love our House members, but keep it down. Senator from Miami.
So thank you very much, Mr. President. So talk a little bit, so we're kind of tag teaming. We've got 2 different franchises that are going to be jostling and negotiating. So how do the sports wager funds and the excess lottery funds, how does that get jockeyed as far as who gets what with the 2 different teams if they're not making decisions at the same time?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, again, that's left up to the Department of Commerce to come up with that plan and to negotiate those deals and then to bring them before the LCC. So those 2 entities and the Department of Commerce would have to work out those details. They would then have the guardrail of the LCC approving either or both of those agreements.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. So with regard to the LCC and the Department of Commerce being able to come up with the guidelines, is it simply the LCC will give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to the guidelines, or is it just that the Department of Commerce is going to report. These are the guidelines, essentially rules and regs that they've come up with, and there is no legislative oversight on that.
Senator Saline.
It is a development agreement, so that would be the final agreement between the parties. That agreement could go before the LCC. When the LCC receives that, they're able to send it back. Should they require any adjustments, they're able to approve it, they're able to reject it completely. So they have the options to do those things. The agreement is not final until it is approved by the LCC.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, they say, don't ask a dumb question. This isn't a dumb question. I know the answer to it, but I think that there are people that are watching, people that are listening. I think there are even people that have said they are all for this, and they really don't understand the nuts and bolts of it. So review for the body who the members are that would be voting on the LCC.
Senator Saline.
I would have the people who are listening online go to ks.legislature.org, where you can find all of the different coordinating councils, joint committees, stuff. And the Legislative Coordinating Council is under our joint committees, where you will find the chair is Speaker Hawkins, the vice chair is President Masterson, the members from the Senate are Senator Alley, Senator Sykes, Senator Wilborn, the members of the House are Representative Carpenter, Representative Croft, and Representative Miller.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you very much. And could either the president or the carrier of the bill share when those roles change? Because it's my understanding that the chairmanship is going to change come July 1. Is that correct?
That is correct. As a point of information from my position, the Senate and the House switch each year, and so on July 1, it'll switch back.
So with regard, thank you for that, Mr. President. So with regard to the carrier of the bill, at one point would any legislator be apprised or updated so that they could in fact talk to their leadership and members of LCC about whether they supported or didn't support something that might be coming toward them? Or would the agreement be in actually a closed meeting?
Senator Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very important topic, and I want to make sure everyone's paying attention to this because it happens in a lot of the bills that we talk about in economic development, where individuals want to know the details of each and every one of these agreements prior to them being decided. And it's very difficult to do that because our competitors are looking at that too. And by giving your competitor the details of your agreement, you're giving them the ability to best your agreement. It would make absolutely no sense for us to go out and tell the state of Missouri, the state of Utah, the state of Texas exactly what we're willing to offer the Kansas City Chiefs or the Kansas City Royals and the details of that agreement prior to it being finalized and being agreed upon by those two entities. So you would be apprised of that afterwards. At this point, you would need to, through our guardrails that we've set up here, decide that you're going to trust that the Department of Commerce is going to create a deal that is agreeable by the Legislative Coordinating Council, that is represented by the leadership that we have voted upon in this body.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if the carrier of the bill would please share with us what might be a part of the agreement that really isn't in this piece of legislation that the Department of Commerce might be able to, be expanding these guardrails that when the agreement comes out, should an agreement come out, would really be quite a surprise. So where is the expandability of this that really, it's my understanding, what this piece of legislation is just a framework. So from that framework, where are things going to expand that might be unanticipated?
Senator from Saline.
I think the definition of unanticipated would be that I can't anticipate that. I respect the question, and I'm sure there's something you're trying to get out there, so I'll allow you to make the point, but I can't anticipate everything that might be included in an agreement. What I can tell you is that the guardrails that are in place prevent taxpayers from being the ones who foot the bill on this, and it gives us the confidence that an agreement can be made that has skin in the game from the individuals who are going to bring those teams to our state, and it has a process to fund those that does not have taxpayers footing the bill.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the carrier of the bill would please share with us, when I was contacted by several different lobbyists, part of what they had indicated, as well as a House Commerce member, they had shared that what at least the football franchise was really looking for is they would have extended opportunity to build hotels and restaurants and essentially kind of that entertainment district, and that they would be the ones that would be operating that. Is that something that the carrier of the bill has heard as well? Is that something that is true, or is that fiction?
Senator from Saline.
I have not heard that. I can't speak to who would own which pieces of development, but I would imagine that it would attract quite a few hotels and businesses and entertainment and restaurants, all of those things to the area that surrounds it, because these are quite a draw. In most states, that's what happens. Unfortunately, in Missouri, they've neglected their stadiums, and they have neglected the area around them, and of course that has resulted in them not being a place that people stick around. Instead, they go to them and leave. In our state, we have the opportunity to build something that draws people, keeps them there, has them spending money while they're visiting our state, and it is quite an economic draw over time.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that's an interesting depiction of the area in Missouri where both stadiums are. I can remember when they were new stadiums. I'm old enough to remember when they were new stadiums. I'm old enough to remember the renovations that occurred in Royal Stadium and was part of one of the first groups to tour those renovations in 2009. But there has never been any significant development of restaurants. There's a hotel that's catty corner to the complex on the other side of the highway, but that, though it was open land, that was never an area that has been developed. So is the intention that a part of this package for star bonds will include restaurants and hotels for the organizations?
Senator from Saline.
The Secretary of Commerce, with the consultation and approval of the LCC, would be able to negotiate that agreement, whether it included those things or not.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. So would it also include that outside developers that had nothing to do with building either a baseball or a football stadium, that outside developers would be able to pony up and be a part of these 30-year star bonds for hotels and restaurants?
Senator from Saline.
Can you repeat the question?
Senator from Miami.
Yes, I'm curious, who is eligible for the benefits of these star bonds? When we talk about the restraints of commerce, they can pretty much, as best as I can tell, come up with all the rules and regs that they want to on this. So who other than the franchises would benefit from star bonds for things such as this entertainment district, where it would be restaurants and it would be hotels?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when a development agreement is put together, it's going to be hundreds of pages of documents that are contractually obligating all of the entities involved in this, and that would include the franchise, the professional sports franchise, any developers who are involved in that process, and it would lay out the entirety of what's going to be built, including the overlay district that is drawn for the star bond itself. So this is all of the individuals who are involved in this would be selected through a process that includes landowners who are interested in selling their properties, developers who have identified those properties and have secured options on that property so that they can be purchased should they be selected for this development. And then those developers would also work with the Chiefs or the Royals to develop that Star Bond District area. I'm not sure if I'm getting the entirety of your question there, but I hope that helps.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you. It does help. And part of the reason that I asked that question is when you look at the history of Star Bonds, it was to be there to help in the development of something that wasn't going to naturally happen, something that would bring folks in a way that it wouldn't naturally occur for them to come to that particular area. And there happens to be a Star Bond entity in my Senate district. It's called Blue Hawk. And the interesting thing, and I guess when people say, wow, why are you not a big fan of Star Bonds? And Blue Hawk is one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of Star Bonds, but I could take us to Prairie Fire and some others as well. But when you look at Blue Hawk, the developers went to the surrounding neighborhoods and they said, what we're going to do, all we want to do here is provide grocery store and restaurants and a rec facility for kids. That's how they sold it. Not that it was going to be a Star Bond project, but they were just going to help develop that area. That area is at 159th Street off of 69 Highway. For those of you that don't know, that is moving toward where all of the development is occurring in southern Johnson County. When the community members did a little bit of research, they looked at what the developer had actually filed with the Department of Commerce. And it wasn't a little rec facility. It was a major stadium that would be used for a pro or semi-pro hockey team, and it was going to be a performance center, and there were going to be all of this traffic that was anticipated, and they lied to the communities. And the concern that the community members had is on the southern portion of this plot of land was a new hospital that was going in. There was on the western side of the property was a high school and also the fire department. And what we know about hospitals is a majority, as many as 75% of folks that go to an emergency room are driven by a car, not by an ambulance. And their concern was, if this is where a pro or semi-pro team was going to be, if this is where there were going to be major concerts, if all of this was going to occur there, what was going to happen with regard to safety, with regard to getting people to an emergency room of a hospital, for the fire department to get to and from, and things like that. So to ask what's really going to happen, so from what distance or what parameter of other hotels, other restaurants, other development, are there any buffers or guardrails on that? Because what we have found with the development of Blue Hawk, which is a Star Bond project, it's just more restaurants that are identical to what's at 151st Street, identical to what's at 135th Street, 119th Street, all the way into the heart of Overland Park. So it's just more of the very same. So are there any buffers that protect existing restaurants, hotels from this type of development for a football stadium and or a baseball stadium? And the entertainment factor that would be hotels and restaurants as described by the carrier.
Senator from Saline.
Okay, so I'm trying to interpret the word protect from, but the way that this would work is how it works now with overlay districts. So if there are existing, and I would love to own a hotel next to a new Arrowhead Stadium, don't get me wrong. But if there is an overlay district, then the base would be set for what sales tax revenue exists today, and then any increase that, but for the building of a stadium would not exist, any increase in that revenue stream would then be applicable to the bond should that entity be drawn into the Star Bond district. So that is possible for an overlay of existing to go into the district, but that is possible today. That's not unique to this bill.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you speak a little bit with regard to transportation? So is there anything in this bill that would require taxpayers to fund through KDOT on and off ramps, expansion of bridges, expansion of roadways to get to and from? Because that has been something that, you know, the ebb and flow of the Royals and the baseball, Royals baseball and Kansas City Chiefs is they haven't always won World Series. They haven't always gone to the Super Bowl. They haven't always won Super Bowl championships. So the demand on the highways has changed over the years as more people have attended recently. So is there anything built in here that is a part of the infrastructure to get safely to and from?
Senator from Saline.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think this kind of goes back to what have been risks and what aren't risks. And the Royals, even at their worst, they bring in about 17,000 people per game. At their best, about 35,000. The Kansas City Chiefs are consistently sold out. We have a pretty good understanding of what that kind of traffic looks like, what we can anticipate. But also what we can know is that once these bonds are paid off, like they have been in Village West, we will see tens of millions of dollars in sales tax revenue, a portion of which goes to the State Highway Fund. But for what was built through Star Bonds at Village West, we would not have $41 million roughly in sales tax revenue in this state today. Because of those Star Bonds that exist, and 18% roughly of that goes into the State Highway Fund. So over time, what occurs here will be an addition to the State Highway Fund, which would then benefit and be capable of paying on any projects that are necessary to do so. We bond in the State Highway Fund, of course. We're capable of bonding a project and having those revenue streams pick up the pace.
Senator from Miami.
I think, Mr. President, what I just heard is once the bonds are paid for, and that's a 30-year time period, then as long as there's not an extension to the bonds, then some money would be coming for revenue for KDOT. Is that what I heard?
Senator from Saline.
We're conflating two different sources of revenue here. Again, what I was speaking about before as the potential to rebond in the future was the revenue stream of the sports wagering fund and the lottery revenues. The Star Bond is separate from that. The Star Bond is likely a one-time deal, which then creates the constant revenue stream of the sales tax. The Kansas Speedway is still on a 30-year note. It has not been paid off, and it is generating a lot of commerce in that area. This also would be a 30-year Star Bond, but on the other bonding, you're capable of then funding any renovations without touching another Star Bond.
Senator from Miami.
I appreciate that clarification. I would like to go back to, is there any requirement when developers are looking at potential land acquisitions that they need to be within proximity of major highways? Is there anything there that isn't going to put a burden on KDOT and the taxpayers for within 6 years we're going to need major infrastructural changes?
Senator from Saline.
This bill is about placing the general guardrails up for a developer agreement. The Department of Commerce would have to agree on that site through the developer agreement, and then the LCC would have to agree as well. It would be a stretch to believe that they would put this on a 2-lane highway somewhere that requires a 6-lane upgrade. So this is something where there are 5, maybe 6 sites on the Kansas side that are even potential sites for this. And through that process, we have the guardrail of those 2 entities to be able to make sure that this doesn't put a huge burden on any one of those local entities or the State Highway Fund.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the carrier of the bill please talk to us about practice facility? Because part of what has been shared with me, again, it's difficult to sort through fact or fiction, but there are some sites. In fact, I was told a very specific site in Johnson County for a practice facility. So that would be a separate entity from a football stadium and a baseball stadium. So from the standpoint of a practice facility, how does that fit in with the Starbond project?
Senator from Saline.
Yes, a practice facility would be eligible. There can be a second site involved in the Starbond project. So there could be potentially a site for the stadium where the Starbond district is drawn, and then there could be a practice facility at another location, potentially in another county.
Senator from Miami.
You mentioned the practice facility and the other site were the stadium. Is it true that there really could be 3 separate sites? One site for a baseball stadium, one site for a football stadium, that they were not contiguous the way in which the current stadium complex is in Missouri, and then a third site that would be a practice facility for a football team?
Senator from Saline.
That would not be a separate Starbond, however. So you would have the site for the stadium, site for another stadium would be a different development agreement. So you would have the 2 under one, and the other would be its own separate entity.
Senator from Miami.
I guess what I want to verify is we are looking that it could, there is entirely a possibility that it could be in 3 separate counties or 3 separate communities. A separate location for a baseball stadium, a separate location, not sharing parking or anything like what's going on now, for a football stadium, and a completely different location for a practice facility. Am I correct in that?
Senator from Saline.
Yes, that is correct. It would be under 2 bonds, but it would be 3 separate facilities. And I would just point out on the parking that they don't want to share parking. And the reason they don't want to share parking in this new facility setup is that then limits their ability to have different things coming into the domed facility when there are also multiple baseball games being played. So they want the ability to have activities happening at the same time simultaneously, and the current parking structure over in the Truman Sports Complex doesn't allow for that. So they would like to have their own for purposes of hosting things like college football games, NCAA championships, and primarily concerts that can be done throughout the year, both in warm and cold weather.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. So do I understand that there's entirely a possibility that hotels, restaurant, and entertainment could be in 3 separate sites?
Senator from Saline.
That is correct, that all of those things could be at 3 separate sites. It wouldn't require necessarily that the one that is divided into 2 has that surrounding both, however.
Okay.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you. There is a question. It was one of those that was texted in, and the question is, and this is pretty broad, so we can narrow it down. It says, will they be paying property tax? They were told they will never pay property tax. I'm not sure who they is, but let's start with, at what point in time will anybody be paying property tax? Hotel, restaurant, stadium, practice facility, at what point in time would they ever be paying property tax?
Senator from Saline.
So all of these will be on the tax rolls as private facilities, just like the Speedway and the Children's Mercy Park. Those are private facilities, and those are on the tax rolls as private facilities. There's no abatement on those.
Senator from Miami.
So that's true for the restaurants and the hotels as well, Mr. President?
Senator from Saline.
So it's technically possible for the local government to do an IRB, but it's not involved in this process here. A local government would have to do that.
Senator from Miami.
So what tax would the restaurants and hotels be paying? How would they be, it's unclear to me how the hotels and restaurants would be paying a private property tax.
Senator from Saline.
Well, I mean, out of the many taxes that are paid, so there'd be payroll taxes, there would be hotel bed taxes, there would be sales taxes that then go pay off the bond. Then there would be, I'm not understanding where a property tax would not be paid on the restaurant property unless the local government decided to create an abatement.
Senator from Miami.
So anything that's a part of that development, aside from, I guess, the football field and the baseball field, would be paying property taxes from the get-go once they were open and operational. Is that correct?
That would be a local decision, not a state decision. And in fact, all of it would pay the property tax, including the football and baseball stadium. There's no abatement in this bill for property taxes. These are private facilities, and they would pay the tax just as those other private facilities do.
Senator from Miami.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it because, again, that was the question that was sent in. Would they be paying property tax? Because the individual was told that they would never pay property tax. So I appreciate the response. It was slow. It was deliberate. I hope that it's true. And I say that in sincerity. I hope that it is true. And the reason I say that is because we don't know what kind of agreement the Department of Commerce will come up with to try and lure this. Now, the one thing I do want a point of clarification on is because earlier when we talked about LCC approval, part of what was shared was, well, the final agreement, they would never share that publicly because then they could take that elsewhere. But isn't it a fact by the passage of this particular law, the Royals and the Kansas City Chiefs can take what's in this package right across the state line, which is only 4 miles from my house, and they can say, can you meet it or beat it? That's true, isn't it?
Senator from Saline.
Sure, from a raw numbers perspective, it is possible to say, look, we understand where this source of revenue comes from, where this source of revenue comes from, what the max bonding potential is of both of those funds at this given time, and they could come up with that raw number. If another state wanted to write a check and compete in that way, I think we have something that's better than simply writing a blank check for $1.5 billion to any one entity or potentially 2.25 to 2. We have the history of building amazing projects that have brought in retail, commerce, restaurants, hotels, and have improved an area that was largely just a field and turned it into a tax-generating machine for our state. So I believe that if we put this proposal together and vote it out today and the governor signs it, that we'll be in a very good position to keep the Kansas City Chiefs and Kansas City Royals in the Kansas City metro area and potentially in Kansas.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. President. My only comment would be when we're talking about other star bond entities, and I'll use Blue Hawk as an example, that development was going to occur already. It didn't need the benefit of star bonds, and it didn't need the deferred payments with the star bonds. And so I understand the excitement behind the prospect. It is like this Christmas Eve and there's visions of sugar plums, only it's royal blue and crimson and gold in this case. But we haven't seen tremendously successful star bond projects that have brought us anything other than what would have naturally developed in that area. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, carrier of the bill.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in an unusual position, unlike anyone else in this room, in that when the original star bond legislation was passed, I was a commissioner with the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. So I was at the local level. I will tell you, I was campaigning for that commission seat when we were going after, well, I guess the legislation passed, we were going after the Speedway, and I'm going to doors and I'm thinking, God, I don't really know anything about NASCAR. And I went home to my husband and I said, I didn't realize that this was so popular. I didn't know it was the, the best thing out there. I better get informed and get on board as that I support a Speedway. And I was elected, and then I lived that whole process at the local level. Very different from the legislation we have now, as those that have been here for some time know that this is just, I believe, the 7th rendition of, or maybe 8th of star bond legislation. So star bond legislation has morphed, and I always think about it in the sense of, there used to be a commercial a long time ago. It says, let Mikey do it, let Mikey try it. And so the Mikey in economic development was Wyandotte County, and it was successful. A comment was made about this could already happen. In that case, it wasn't true. Actually, there was an exchange of 435 right by where the Legends is now. There was no development there for 11 years. You just go a little way down and you're in Johnson County and there was all this development, but in Wyandotte County, there was no development off that exchange until the opportunity came through the star bonds. And I want you to understand that every question that I'm hearing was the same questions that were being asked locally. Do you think that everybody was supporting it? No. Do you think that there was changes made to eminent domain legislation after the that land was acquired? Yes, there was in the legislature. So many things have changed in that period of time, but here is one thing that is the most important, is that for my community, Wyandotte County, this would not have occurred. For my community at that time, as the mayor would say, as the mayor who followed Carol Marinovich, who was the mayor at the time, said he couldn't buy a suit of clothes in Wyandotte County. That's not true any longer. So there were a lot of things that have happened since then, the biggest being from the state perspective and from the local perspective that there is $51 million of taxes that are coming back to the state of Kansas every year because of the development that has occurred in the Legends area. The Legends star bonds were paid off in 17 years instead of 20. The Speedway is on track to be paid off within the 4 more years, I believe it is, on track. So it's been a very successful piece of legislation, a tool to use to bring development to Kansas and to, in this case, my community. The other thing that I hadn't thought about for a while is we're only one of 3 states in the country that actually has star bonds legislation. And another thing that makes it a very attractive tool. So I think a lot of these questions that are in all of our heads and continue to be in mine, even though I've lived through all of it at one time in a different rendition, are not uncommon, but I just keep in mind that this is a tool to help the Department of Commerce to be able to move forward. And for me, from the local level, because there's a great possibility that could end up being in, or maybe one of the facilities being in Wyandotte County, is that the local sales tax is not even committed within this bill. That's totally different from the star bonds legislation that was passed, the first star bonds legislation was passed, because we committed, or it was committed all local sales tax as well as state sales tax to go back to pay off the star bonds. This bill does not do that. And as was mentioned by the carrier of the bill, it also does not commit if the footprint for the star bonds district includes any current businesses, that sales tax revenue is not committed either. It's just the new sales tax revenue. So from a local perspective, I'm seeing a lot of safeguards in this legislation. I went to the Taylor Swift concert last year, and I'd be more than happy to see a Taylor Swift concert in Wyandotte County at a new facility instead of going over to across the state line to Kansas, Missouri. And I'd be more than happy to see those 70,000 people coming to my community. And as I was listening to the presentation yesterday, because I'm not on Commerce, but I was listening on a line, the fact that when it comes to police and fire, those currently are paid for by the Royals or by the chiefs. And since we know the legislation speaks specifically to either a football or a baseball from a so we know which we're talking about here, then that also is another protection for cost to the local community. I don't want to see us fumble the ball and the opportunity to move this forward and see and hopefully see one of those teams or both of those teams move to a better state, and that would be the state of Kansas. So having lived through this before in another rendition, when it comes to economic development, it's a successful tool, and I think it could be a successful tool for us in the future as well.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am a ranking member, minority member on Commerce, and we've had these discussions near the end of session last time, but I also come from a local perspective, as was discussed by the previous senator that was speaking. So in Manhattan in 2009, we had a star bond district for about $65 million that was approved. We paid it off in 2013, I believe. And we collected, even last year, we collected over $6 million. At that time, we had a lot of pushback in our community for star bonds for all of the reasons that are mentioned right now. But when you come to Manhattan now, it's almost unrecognizable if you haven't been there in a decade because of the economic growth, the development, just the vibrant nature of it. There's an excitement when you come into our community. My kids come home and they wonder why that didn't happen when they were younger. And I think that's in the same place where I come from when we are talking about these specific star bonds. As was mentioned by the carrier of the bill, there is a dedicated revenue source He mentioned several of them. So there is some dedicated mechanisms already put in place that other STAR bonds did not have. There is a $1 billion capital investment that needs to be made. 70% of the project costs will be paid by the STAR bond revenue that was mentioned. And this puts some land back on the tax rolls. Property taxes will be paid because there's going to be so much development, not only in other businesses such as restaurants and theaters or hotels, but housing developments, apartment complexes, school districts. So there's going to be more types of revenue that's going to come back to those local communities. And within those communities, I've heard them say they are excited about this. I don't live around there. I live in Riley County. But this trickles down to my community as well because it is the state of Kansas, and those revenues also go to our state coffers. So that will help more with some of the projects and some of the things we talk about in this chamber. So I am completely in support of this. I think we need to be at the table. If we are not at the table, we miss, like we said, 100% of the chances of getting anything if we are not even at the table. We may not even get it. Let's at least give an option for the Chiefs or the Royals to choose Kansas. And if we are not doing that, we are doing a disservice and already saying Kansas is not good enough or Kansas needs, they just can go somewhere else because we're not going to accept them here. They've won Super Bowls. There's so much pride. So let's be part of that conversation and see where it goes and continue to ask the questions along the way. Let's not stop asking questions. Let's make sure there is oversight, but let's also make sure we are at the table. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question for the carrier. Yes, could you please tell me to the carrier of the bill, one of my biggest concerns is protections for the taxpayer and what that means in the future. And I know you kind of touched upon this earlier. Would you please emphasize to me and elaborate on what protections we see in terms of the taxpayer down the road?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, there is no new tax involved in this. No citizen is being taxed in a new tax to pay for this. The sports wagering funds, the lottery funds that are traditionally going towards economic development projects, and then also the sales tax that but for this development would not have existed previously can be pledged towards these bonds that would then pay off the costs of the stadium development. So those are the sources of the revenue. The bonds are then the responsibility of the individual who purchases the bond. So the bond holder is the one who is taking the risk. There is a risk premium built into these in the interest rate, and that is who ultimately will be holding that debt.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you for that. Thank you for indulging and outlining that because, like I said, that is of utmost concern always. I will tell you, I've asked a number of questions about this bill and received solid answers on some questions, not so solid on others, so I appreciate all those who have been available to answer questions. I will tell you, I still have a few reservations about a couple of areas of this bill, but overwhelmingly, I feel that concrete answers have been provided. Additionally, an overwhelming number of people from my district have voiced support for this legislation, and my pledge to them is always that I will listen to them and act by their will. So that fact, plus the fact there is a time frame for negotiations, is reassuring, so I will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Mr. President, thank you. And I'll be brief, Senator from Johnson. I mean, because I think maybe the last time I get to say that this year, if not ever, right? You know, I think everything that has been said about this has been very well discussed and very well vetted. And so indeed, I can be brief. Imagine the enthusiasm, really, if you will. Imagine, if you can, and I'm sure we all do, it has been mentioned already, of what's happening throughout our state to be a big league player in bringing an entertainment venue, a stadium, to Kansas. I mean, that should be, I think, by and large, especially where there is no direct input on taxes other than those sales taxes that wouldn't exist were it not for this project, that nobody's on the hook for it. I mean, to me, it's pretty much cut and dry. It should be pretty simple. I was here for the original Star Bond debate. I was over in the House when we first had it. And then this concept of sales tax and revenue bonds had not been really discussed very well. We didn't know what was going to happen, did we, Representative Carlin? We didn't know what was going to happen. There was a lot of skepticism. What would it mean to create out of whole cloth? I think that's what they called it, Senator, out of whole cloth, a project. And how would it work? What were the mechanics of Star bonds? Who'd be left on the hook? And those were good questions to have. My big concern came from that of eminent domain. We were taking some people's farmland, by and large. They were taking it from them and may not be giving clear value for it. That was a concern that we had then. And there were other. What would this ancillary district look like? That district is now called the Legends. There were 400 acres surrounding the Speedway. And how is that a mix with Star bonds for those for-profit entities? And who does the Speedway belong to? All of these questions. But the energy then, when I was in the House and Star bonds passed, and even as well vetted as it was then, certainly now we look at the tremendous success that what was an experiment in financing and economic development has yielded the #1 tourism destination in our state. In Little Wyandotte County, which by and large did not have a great image back then. Honestly, I'm a proud Wyandotte County and a native dot, as we say. But now it's #1. And the revenue, ancillary revenue that has been brought to this state and the pride that we have had in that development is, I would argue, I dare say, is without equal, Mr. President. So I joined today with my other colleagues from Wyandotte and Leavenworth especially, who have those, and with, I hope, all but maybe 1 or 2 of you who have whatever reservations you might in passing this legislation, in joining this excitement, in speaking to what it's going to mean through having a stadium for the Chiefs or the Royals or for Major League Baseball, Major League football in our state. Finally, let me say, I'm a big proponent of the prospect of a downtown Kansas City, Kansas stadium. You got to think about this for a moment. I know there's been a lot of discussion as to whether or not the site is going to be in Wyandotte County, and if so, that it would be where we've had this tremendous success, where the Speedway and the Legends are, where there's tremendous development continuing to go on. Soccer, Major League Soccer, KC Sporting. In downtown Kansas City, Kansas, there's the land that's not been highly speculated upon that could be acquired. It is closer, downtown Kansas City, Kansas, as some baseball stadiums have been in other major cities in a downtown area in the midst of a metropolitan area. We all know that Kansas City, Missouri had some concern among its constituents about bringing they were saying the Royals, a baseball stadium, to downtown and what it would mean to set that in the middle of existing business or the flow of what's known as the crossroads in that area. I understand that. There'll be no such disruption in downtown Kansas City, Kansas, right there to the west of the Fairfax Industrial District, which has the land available, 30+ acres. It will be centrally located, that downtown baseball stadium in Kansas, that with your help now with the Star Bond legislation passing, easily access to major arteries, I-29, which goes right out to Kansas City Airport, International Airport, and to the downtown private airport, downtown Wheeler Airport, where those certain customers like you, Mr. President, will fly in and out of, and those from around the country to enjoy Major League Baseball. It's also downtown Kansas City, Missouri, would be 10 minutes away as they continue to want to feed some of their tourism districts, they have something called Power and Light, or 18th and Vine, and downtown the River Market area, Crossroads, Stockyards District, West Bottoms. They'll all be within 10, 15 minutes the downtown Royals baseball stadium in Kansas City, Kansas, which they would then continue to see by way of development. And again, closer to the airports. One concern I have is the 60-day that's in this legislation. I'm not going to trouble the carrier of the bill with it because he's on fire about getting it passed as quickly, I think, as most of us are and moving on with our day. But it's 60 days for the local to sign on. I think it should be closer to 120 days. That's kind of a short window to do due diligence once there's a deal in place for our local, our unified government to put together feasibility studies and what have you. And that should be enlarged, but I certainly would not want to make that amendment. I think many of us are prepared to take our votes. We kind of know where we are on this. But as someone who was here for the first star bond in this legislative body, although across the rotunda in the House, and who saw some of those concerns that were raised at that time, Mr. President, and seeing all of those quelled and the tremendous opportunities that have been brought to our state and the benefit to our state as a whole, I join you in your enthusiasm and the imagination that it brings, this very well-vetted, well-tried legislation to attract Major League baseball and/or football to Kansas, to our side, to our Kansas City. And I hope that we can find a way to show what we have, that kind of support, to give a big shout out, a big hurrah to this legislation here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to Senator Johnson, Senator Olson. We are now at the point where I need to remind people we are outside the committee of the whole, so this is Senator Olson for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to use her up. I'm not going to make a motion or any of that. Just want to talk about a few things. Okay, they're going to pay property tax. Who's going to get that property tax? The schools, local government, fire stations, the police. That's going to be a lot of money because look at the asset, how expensive that is. One thing that really hasn't been talked about, the first year they take possession of that facility, almost immediately the state of Kansas is going to start receiving millions of dollars in payroll and income tax from them athletes once they start playing there, once they start working there. And when teams come from out of town, broadcasters come from out of town, they're going to pay taxes in Kansas on hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's going to equate to several $1 million, $20, $30 million a year probably. That's something that no one really talks about. But when a player plays, if he plays in Kansas, you know, right now, if he plays in Kansas City, Missouri, he pays the Missouri, and he also pays the 2% city tax for that game. And that will happen. That'll be a big chunk of money that everybody hasn't really talked about. Who's going to pay for this? We've danced around, but it's the sales tax, the sports wagering tax, the lottery, the beer tax. That's who's going to pay for it. These are bonds that are not guaranteed by the state. They're not guaranteed by the local. You know, this is a team with a brand that's been around for a long time. They're under revenue sharing agreements. We know they got these heavy payrolls. I bet you the Chiefs' payroll, when you add the coaches, et cetera, is way over $300 million. And if you add the Royals, the two teams together will be north of $500 million easily with all the people that work for them. Just think of that income tax coming to Kansas and not Missouri. I mean, I bet you Patrick Mahomes would be happy to be in Kansas. He won't pay that 2% earnings tax. But, I mean, think about it. This is paid for by the people that go to the games, the people that drink the liquor, eat the hot dogs inside that entertainment district. Them are the ones paying for the bonds for the stadium. This is a great tool. And I bet you if we pass this today and do this today, there's going to be a lot of other NFL teams where they're located, places, states, going to be looking at using tools like this if we're able to use it like we're able to use. Because you won't have to do a sales tax increase. You just take the sales tax. And then think about how many, once these bonds are paid off, I mean, the Speedway's like 4 years away. Time flies quick. 30 years going to go by quick. Maybe there is remodeling, but they're not going to have to build a brand new stadium. And we know these guys are not moving. Hunt was willing to extend and renovate for another 20 years. I'm telling you, this is going to be the strongest place economically in this region for a long time to come. And I can only imagine all the development that come around there. And you know, that's money that's going to come up here and get redispersed all across Kansas. And that's going to help Kansas. And you know what? This will be a step in helping Wyandotte County help lower their property values, because they're going to have $1 billion asset on their tax rolls, a couple $1 billion asset. Think about that. That's going to help lower the property taxes for everybody up there. This is what we need. This is real development. You know, we need to figure out ways to do more development, create tools across this state like this. We need to figure out how to, in the rural areas, be able to develop more wind farms and solar farms, et cetera, to help lower property taxes across. This is a good tool. And I don't know, I advise the body to support this bill. I think it's a great bill. And thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the carrier of the bill stand for question?
He is.
Thank you. I've heard some comments made about property taxes, and boy, that just gets my ire up. We're going to talk taxes. Let's talk lowering them. And I'm looking at some forms here, and they're saying, oh, they will pay property taxes. The stadiums will pay property taxes. I don't have a dog in this hunt, but that's not accurate, what we just heard. The NASCAR, I have legislative research looking into it on the abatements, but I can tell you there's over $400 million in property tax abatements in Wyandotte County, IRB abatements, what I'm looking at. So you can't tell me that those facilities are paying property taxes and going to be supporting that area. So let's get the facts straight when we're debating this and get it accurate. And I would ask the carrier of the bill that he would verify that information.
Senator from Saline.
Thank you. Again, as I said, an IRB is a local decision. The Department of Commerce has zero authority to abate any of these property taxes. That cannot be part of a development agreement without the local government deciding to do that. That has nothing to do with anything that is in this bill that deals with the ability of the Department of Commerce to have authority in certain positions. They have zero authority on property tax. I had already mentioned that it is possible for a local government to issue an IRB. That would be the way that they would have to do that. It would have nothing to do with what we're doing here.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and that is correct, and that is accurate. I just wanted to make sure that the body understood the previous speaker had said that the property taxes would be beneficial to the community and to the area, and that is not accurate at all if they are abated, and that is what could go on. So, Mr. President, I am, like I said, no dog in this hunt. I'll make my decision. I'm not going to take any votes with me one way or the other. But what I am going to do is talk about and ask this body, we could have had true property tax relief for Kansans. We could have passed a constitutional amendment that would have limited valuations. And then, if the stadium is charged property taxes, how great for them. And I'll stay on point, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, but this has to do with protecting Kansans. And you guys, I'll tell you, we put politics above policy. And as it was said earlier, politics above policy and the people. So keep this in mind, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President, point of order, she mentioned me, so I should be able to.
Yeah, I did confer with the parliamentarian, and unless she is requesting something of you, it is, you've had your two speaks and we're done.
Well, the local abated that property as
Thank you,
well
sir.
as Star Bonds. So.
Senator from Douglas, San Francisco.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few, what I hope are quick questions for the carrier of the amendment. Of the bill. I've done that twice now. The carrier of the bill.
He's standing for questions.
Thank you. The senator from Saline described some of the rails that were in place and that this bill puts those rails in place. One of those rails that there would have to be bond buyers who would purchase these bonds. So one question I have, would it be permissible for the owners of the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals to purchase these bonds and in turn get that higher risk premium for their investment?
Senator from Saline.
Yes, in fact, I think that's the way two of the projects at least operate today. If you look into their history, the bond buyers are in fact the owners of the facilities.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate knowing that. In that case, what we are saying is we're increasing the amount of a Star Bond project from 50% to 70%, and yet understand that the owners may indeed have funds to invest in their own construction. Another question I had, the senator from Saline talked about locations for a stadium and a practice facility. Is there anything that would require these entities to move their corporate headquarters to Kansas?
Senator from Saline.
There is nothing that requires the actual team headquarters to move over currently. It's my understanding that the team headquarters is in the training facility.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm assuming that a good deal of income taxes that are paid would be paid based on the location of that corporate headquarters. Would that be the case?
Senator from Saline.
No, that's not the case. The way that Major League franchises are taxed, they are taxed in the community in which they play. So the Chiefs or the Royals payroll, in fact, would be taken in half because you would have the away games being paid at the away location, and the teams that are visiting would then be paying their tax here when they come for the Chiefs or Royals home games. So that's how it occurs. The coaching staff and all of those ancillary individuals are then, including the broadcasters, are taxed at the facility in which the game is located.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. I did understand that there would be at least 6, or 7, or hopefully more games that are played at the stadium that would generate those income taxes, and just am not clear on the income tax for owners or the other entities who might be working out of corporate headquarters. And then the third question that I have has to do with, again, I understand we're looking at this as if it's in many ways Star Bond money. I have some concerns that we've increased the time frame from 20 years to 30 years. I'd like to see the results still in my lifetime. But in addition to those Star Bond funds, we're talking about the Attracting Professional Sports Fund that comes from the gaming revenue. And then we're also talking about, as I understand it, any income above $71.49 million that comes in. So from June 25th, 2025, and each June 25th thereafter, any excess funds above that 71.49 million would be transferred to the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund.
Senator from Saline.
Yes, that is correct, largely. So the amount that is transferred over is a percentage of the sports wagering funds, and then any amount over 71.5 million that goes to the lottery. That's the baseline that was basically set by this last fiscal year's revenue into the lottery fund. There have been proposals to move the EDIF from 50 to 60 million cap. This would essentially change that so that we're now just taking those excess revenues and redirecting them into that fund. So the history of the lottery in Kansas is that it funds economic development projects. I can't think of one better than bringing a $4 billion enterprise over to our state.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been careful in some of our other legislation to consider indexing, whether that be for the cost of living or a consumer price index, because we know that that changes over time. So one thing we would be doing is saying, from this time forward, we are not going to increase opportunities or any other opportunities from our lottery funds for economic development, except for what we're transferring to this Attracting Professional Sports. And so two things are happening. One, that amount we are likely to see increase considerably over time. And also the value of the 71.49 million is going to decrease over time. So if we have some projects that are counting on that now and we see inflation, then there will not be the funds. So I'm asking, what opportunity would the legislature have if we pass this to make changes in that transfer? Could we simply do that with a bill next year? Or would that be committed if a contract is entered into with one of these entities?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can't bind a future legislature, of course, but it would be unwise to start siphoning money out of a fund that has backed a bond. That would be something we should really think about thoroughly before attempting to do. But yes, that sum of money would enter that fund, and it should be left to pay a bond. If there are excess revenues in it over time, of course, those would be revenues that would be available.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is talking about from this, I guess, 7 days from now forward, a transfer that would always then go to the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas and not be available for other economic development initiatives. I think this could be a really important opportunity, but it is certainly an opportunity that would be happening to Northeast Kansas and not throughout the state. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really a unique opportunity. We have the ability to do something that other states can't do, and that is build a domed stadium that can do things that a open-air stadium cannot. We have the ability to do that without taxing our citizens. We should give these two professional sports franchises the ability to stay in the Kansas City metro area using these unique financing vehicles that do not put the burden on our taxpayers. And with that, I close.
Now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. House Bill 2001. The clerk will read the title.
House Bill 2001, an act concerning economic development.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Horson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fauskido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Explanation of vote, Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. Further explanations or changes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation of vote. I appreciate all the hard work leadership and various committees have done to make this modified Star Bonds bill a palatable one. However, what we have in this bill is an undefined framework that leaves too many questions unanswered and too many assumptions accepted as fact. We don't know what areas will be included in the Star Bonds district. We don't have a clear-cut idea of how counties and cities who decide to join the district will impose those obligations on their residents. We don't know who will maintain these stadiums once they're built. I've long been skeptical of Star Bond districts and other incentive programs during my time in the Senate, and believe we should pursue reforms to that process to allow for more checks and balances and accountability with more direct input from voters or their representatives. To that end, in this bill's current form, there's no ability for the legislature or the people to sign off on a final deal that may include provisions detrimental to my district. While I appreciate the involvement of the LCC as an added check, I also believe that any deal of this magnitude should be subject to a vote of the legislature or even the people within the county or counties in which a district would sit. For those reasons, though I appreciate all the effort that was put into the bill, I'm compelled to vote no, and I'd like this spread across the journal.
So ordered. Further questions, changes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Further changes? Further explanations? Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I kept hearing that this was a unique opportunity. I really don't think it's an opportunity. It's a gamble. And if you want to gamble on the NFL, buy a square for a Super Bowl game or attend a Major League Baseball game and use the sports wagering app, Again, this is a gamble that I'm not willing to make with the Kansas taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Further explanation. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Pack.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been a Kansas City Chiefs fan since 1968. I wore my red jacket today because of being a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I could stand here, and I know I've only got 2 minutes, for a long time and talk about Chiefs players. Jerry Mays, Fred Urbanus, the one-eyed tight end. I could talk about Nolan Smith, the Supernat. No one may even know who the Supernat was. Number 1, Nolan Smith, only 5 feet 4 inches tall, a kick returner. But having said all that, having been a Chiefs fan for so long, Mr. President, probably longer than you've been alive, I could not, in good conscience, vote yes, although I have wanted the Kansas City Chiefs to be in Kansas since I've been a kid. I could not vote yes because of not having all the information, not being comfortable with all the information on this legislation during a one-day special session. So with that, Mr. President, I regrettably vote no. I'm not voting no to the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm voting no to the rapidity of the process that we went through today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further explanation. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize the strong support and strong interest in this. I would, again, be very comfortable if this were a star bond project that was held to a 20-year limit and perhaps could consider that extension to 30 years. But I'm very concerned that we're using the sports wagering money and any excess lottery funds in perpetuity for a project and not allowing that money to benefit other opportunities throughout Kansas, particularly on a day that I believe we failed to deliver responsible tax relief to Kansans.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I vote in favor of the tax bond proposal that's been proposed for the Kansas City Chiefs because I have faith in the Star Bonds initiative. I've experienced growth in my community in Manhattan, and when we were talking Star Bonds and then we renewed it again for another organization, there was always a lot of opposition, a lot of naysayers, a lot of this is not going to happen, what are you doing to our community? But based on the information we have to take a leap of faith, especially when the outcomes in the past have proven to be productive for my community. It is with that same leap of faith I'm taking on this Star Bond issue. There are dedicated resources available, dedicated revenue sources available. There is oversight, and this is an investment in Kansas. It's an investment that I feel it's going to be positive for our community, and we can talk about more proposals that come our way. But I don't think it's a good idea to pass up on an investment because we have so many inhibitions about Star Bonds. So with that, I strongly support this, and I would like to have that spread across the journal. Got that right?
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in strong support, as I mentioned before. I vote yes. I encourage our administration to get out there and use this toolkit of incentive packages to bring, to offer the Chiefs and the Royals a place to a home. I encourage our local governments, wherever it is, to work with our department, to work with our LCC, to come up with the best package, the best opportunity for our citizens, for the Chiefs and our communities. I stand in strong support, as I said before. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
As articulate as it was, Mr. President, I'd like to join the explanation of vote with the senator from Leavenworth and Wyandotte, Senator Pittman. He spoke with clarity and articulation about the pride and the hope that will be brought and should be brought by the package that's been assembled that will bring major league teams to Kansas. Major league teams to Kansas, Mr. President. And I appreciate the words that he brought, and I'd like to join his EOV should he have them on the journal.
I think your request to join was longer than his remarks. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Mine will not be. I asked to join the remarks of the senator from Leavenworth as well.
Ordered. See no further explanation. Clerk will close the roll, tally the vote.
Mr. President?
I think I'll go ahead with that sheet.
27 hadn't voted in favor and 8 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2001. This measure, having reached its constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Senator from Lynn, did you have a...
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a quick minute. We have a few colleagues that will be leaving us in this chamber. Very, very good friends, and I would like to thank them for their years of service and their friendship.
Speaking of that, on a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longback.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did my absolute best to time my farewell so I wouldn't have the opportunity to do this. But the governor called us back for special session for tax relief, sports, and my farewell speech. So I will be brief. No, let me rephrase that, because brief with the senator from Wyandotte is different than my brief. So let me just say that I plan on being concise, precise, and succinct. First of all, I want to thank my wife, Gwen, and both of my daughters, Lauren and Lexi. I'm often, when I'm out in my district or talking to people, they thank me for my service like it's some big sacrifice. I think we all know that the sacrifice comes from those members of our family that are home doing without us, and we have the tremendous opportunity to be here. So thank you to Gwen and Lauren and Lexi for allowing me to be here and to serve. I've had the pleasure for 14 years of serving the constituents of the 17th District. 70 to 75,000 people. Many of those have become very close friends, acquaintances that I would have never had the opportunity to make, communities that I would not have had the opportunity to spend time in, and I am very thankful and grateful for the opportunity that they gave me for the last 14 years. To my Senate colleagues, I can't thank all of you enough. I can honestly say I have learned something from every single one of you that I serve with currently and those that I have served with in the past. Each one of you and collectively, you have made me a much better person in teaching me civility, patience, the ability to communicate, and making sure that honesty above all is why we are here. So I am a much better person because of all of you, and I can't thank you enough for that opportunity. I want to take the time to recognize Corey and his staff and Don and his staff. The work they do is incredible. We're going to gavel out. We're going to gavel out and go home. And when we go home, their work just begins. And so oftentimes when we leave at 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, they're working well into the next day to clean up what we've done. So thank you to them. I want to thank the lobbyists that I've had the opportunity to develop relationships with over the years. Some of those people will be lifelong friends. I will still probably communicate with them on telling them that you need a new client or your client needs to change their mind, but we'll see how that goes because I will no longer have any influence with them. So it'll be kind of like spilled milk, but we'll get through that. I want to take the time to thank the revisors and the research staff. The amount of work that they do and the quality of their work is incredible. I specifically want to thank Eileen Ma, who has been my revisor in FI&I the entire time I've been there. Iraida and Melissa from research, they are truly the ones that keep this train on the track. They have the ability to make a chair look pretty good, and I'm very thankful for that. I want to thank Suzanne Nelson, who was my assistant for 8 years. She did an incredible job, and I'm forever grateful for her, not only for the work she did, but to make sure that I was in the right frame of mind every day when I left my office. So as I leave and going forward, no, Mr. President, I want one more thank you. I want to thank you. 4 years ago this summer, you and I were competitors. We both wanted the same position. I think we both worked hard to get that position. When it became apparent later on in the summer that the caucus preferred you over me, you and I had a very good conversation. And I pledged to you that I would not undermine your leadership, and you pledged to me that you would not punish me for wanting that position. You absolutely 100% fulfilled your commitment. For that, I thank you. Can't leave without giving you some random thoughts and some of my favorite things that I learned. So we often get stuck in ideology here, but if we will follow decorum and follow the process and follow the procedures, ideology always washes out in the vote. And so going forward, do me a favor and protect decorum, protect the process, and protect the procedure, and worry less about the ideology. I was blessed when I came in with some incredible mentors. Some of them were staff, some of them were fellow colleagues, some of them fellow senators, and some great lobbyists. There's going to be a tremendous number of vacancies when those of you who return come in next year. Be a mentor. Take one of those inexperienced people and show them the right way of doing it. It will benefit them, it will benefit you, but it will greatly benefit the state of Kansas in the years to come. Then I'll leave you with a couple of my favorite sayings. You can't see the grill of a truck while you're driving it. Issues are like pancakes. You can't make one thin enough that it doesn't have two sides. My all-time favorite is the legs that you chop off today are attached to the butt you have to kiss next week. So keep that one in mind. And don't worry, be happy. Thank you very much.
It's been an honor to serve with you. I couldn't have asked for a more honorable competitor and an honest broker as we move forward. You've been an outstanding chairman, and that's definitely going to be missed. We have one more point of personal privilege. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator from Leavenworth, I think, is a little too humble to talk about this, but his daughter, Jeff and Holly's daughter, Bella Whitlock, won Miss Kansas USA on Sunday. And so I think it would be appropriate if we sent a good Senate goodwill, as she will be going to Hollywood, California in 6 weeks to represent us and the rest of the state of Kansas at the Miss National USA contest. So good luck, Bella.
Messages from the governor. Clerk will read.
Message to the Senate of the State of Kansas. Enclosed is Executive Order 24-04 for your information. Enclosed herewith is Executive Directive number 24-583 for your information. Enclosed herewith is Executive Directive number 24-584 for your information. Sincerely, Laura Kelly, Governor.
Introduction to bills, concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Holland and Francisco, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 3 by Senator Thompson, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 4, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill 5 by Senator Haley, an act concerning taxation. Senate Bill 6 by Senator Haley, an act concerning sales taxation. Senate Bill 7 by Senator Pyle, an act concerning Personal and Family Protection Act. Senate Bill 8 by Senator Clays, an act concerning sales tax. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1602 by Senator Haley, a concurrent resolution approving the creation of a port authority in Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1603 by Senator Holland, a proposition to amend Section 2 of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the State of Kansas to insert the right to vote as a political right.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 2 through Senate Bill 8 and SCR 1602 and 1603. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of HCR 5002. House Concurrent Resolution number 5002, a concurrent resolution relating to the 2024 special session of the Legislature and providing for adjournment sine die thereof. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas, the Senate concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn sine die at the close of business of the daily session convened on June 18th, 2024.
Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley. State your point. Senator from Lynn.
Mr. President, we had an SCR to get turned in. Could we turn it in? It has co-sponsors on it.
All right, we'll go ahead and, since we have it, we'll scan it in and we'll do the introduction. Stand at ease for just a minute. Actually, while we're waiting, are there any announcements before we move to the adjournment? Seeing none, we'll continue at ease. We're going to return to the order of introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 1604 by Senators Tyson, Baumgardner, and others. A proposition to amend Section 1, Article 11 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas.
This constitutes introduction of SCR 1604. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the adjournment resolution. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and HCR 5002 be adopted by voice vote.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you again, Mr. President. In compliance with HCR 5002, I move the Senate adjourn, sine die.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. As President of the Kansas Senate, I declare the Senate for the second time adjourned, sine die.